Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you out in the world. Welcome to Viper Strike 95 Flight Simulation. And today we are back with another Breitling DC-3 around the world flight. And today we're back here at Amman, Jordan for leg number 6 of our DC-3 journey. So it's great to see everyone here as well. So yeah, we're back here in Amman, Jordan at Amman Civil Airport. And today we got probably our longest flight of the journey. And this one's going to be nearly 1,000 nautical miles. It would be the longest leg of the trip so far. And we're going to be visiting 3 countries. We're going to fly over three or four countries today. So it's good to see everyone here. Before we get started with the flight plan, I want to say hello in the chat. Hello, Super Typhon 173. Good to see you. Yes, we do have a long flight ahead of us, and Colpar 1. Good to see you both here today. So let's go over our flight plan. But before we go over the flight plan, let's go over the notes from the author, Francisco Aguilio, the one who did the flight to begin with. Let's go over. Let's read over the stage notes for this flight for today. Here it is. So let's read this. March 17th, 2017, leg 6, Amman to Manama. So they left Jordan to the south, towards the south, escorted by the Royal Jordanian Falcons. Tatsu flew in one of the Falcon 300Ls to take some air photos over Wadi Rum, a desert region known as the Valley of the Moon, located east of Aqaba. The photo mission was a success, and as the Royal Jordanian Falcons head home, they continued their flight to the south. Then they crossed into Saudi Arabia as the winds picked up. The horizontal visibility decreased rapidly and became close to zero, and they realized they were in a sandstorm for much of the flight. So as soon as we cross Saudi Arabia, we're going to get the sandstorm up. Flying on instruments, they can only see the desert as they look down vertically at the cockpit windows. They expressed some concerns over the sand particles being adjusted, but eventually, after 6 hours and 56 minutes, they landed here in Manama, Bahrain. So that is going to be the notes for the flight, according to Francisco Aguilio. These are going to be his flights. If you guys want to join in, I'm on the Southeast Asia server. And we're currently here at Oscar Julia Alpha Mike. So let's go over the flight plan, shall we? Before we get started, let's go over our flight plan for today. Let's go ahead and get this thing loaded. So we're going to take off here from Marca. From Marca, we'll be heading towards down past downtown Amman. Then from there, we'll be going through a bit of the Dead Sea. We're going to be flying along the Dead Sea. And then from here, we'll go over Wadi Rum, just pass through it a little bit. Then we cross into the border of Saudi Arabia, where we will be going through a sandstorm and fly all across the Saudi Arabian desert until we make our way to outside Daman in Saudi Arabia and make our way over to Manama, Bahrain. And we'll make our landing here in Bahrain. So we'll be doing that as well. 993 nautical miles. Our cruising altitude, according to the nav map, we should cruise around 5,500 feet. This should be a pretty good altitude to cruise. Should be a good safe altitude to cruise in for today's trip. So we're going to be, let's get back to our DC-3, shall we? And let's get her started so we can get ready to get going for the trip. So let's go ahead and get this DC-3 started. I've already filled the tank, so she should be nice and full for today. Left tank, right main tanks. Press the throttle a little bit. Propeller go all the way. Head. That. Like that. Wait. And I'll be doing the same for the left engine, so we're going to go ahead and just do the same thing for the left engine. And they're both on. Okay. We're going to turn on battery power and turn off the external power. Okay. We are now good to go. So now we are good to go. We will get ready to take off here. Let me go ahead and put some music. Let me know if the music's working better for you guys today. I made some changes to fix all of this. So I'm going to go ahead and get to flow. Let's activate flow for a little bit. Heading. Altitude, 4,500 feet. That's going to be the first. Over, guys. Alright, we're about to take off for today's trip. And let's get this thing going. Okay, here's the Token Pro. Okay. So yeah, guys, we're finally off here in Jordan. So yeah, we are now just about to leave Amman for today's trip. Hey, Iceman, good to see you, Iceman. Good day, sir. Good to see you, too. Give a shout out to Iceman. I hope you're doing well. I wonder if you're going to be streaming today. I hope your stream goes well later today. Iceman333 is from around my local area, southern Indiana. He does a lot of helicopter flights. He does a lot of flights with the H-145 helicopter. So definitely check out his channel if you're a big fan of helicopters. Definitely check out his channel. It'll be worth it. So today we're going to be doing a very long flight, Iceman. We're going to go from Jordan to Bahrain. We're going to be flying over the Dead Sea and Wadi Rum today, so we're going to have some beautiful scenery as well. Oh, you're going to fly New York area. Nice. Well, later in the journey, we'll be taking the DC-3 over New York, so it should be a really good one. Nice. So let's get started with our slideshow for today. So we're going to be visiting the Dead Sea first. So I know a lot of you guys wonder what the heck is the Dead Sea, you may ask. And is it really dead? Well, the Dead Sea is actually a salt lake, believe it or not. Located here bordered by Jordan, Israel, and the West Bank of the Palestinian territories. The surface is around 430 meters below sea level, making it the lowest land-based elevation on Earth. It is 304 meters deep, making it the deepest hypersalt lake in the world. And its salinity is 34% salt, made of salt, making it one of the world's saltiest bodies of water, making it 9 times saltier than the ocean itself. This high amount of salinity is what led to the name Dead Sea, because it's very tough for animals and plants to flourish here. But despite all that, it's attracted a lot of visitors for thousands of years, used as for one of the first health resorts, and it's currently a supplier of a wide variety of products from asphalt, for Egyptian mummification, to potash, and for fertilizers. Unfortunately, though, the Dead Sea has been receding quite a bit for the last couple of years, though some people are trying to actually make the Dead Sea larger again. It's pretty crazy though, the salt of how salty this area is. However, believe it or not, it used to not be nearly as salty as it was today. But there's also therapies coming from health research, mainly different kinds of therapies and more were involved with the water of the Dead Sea. However, despite all that, even though it may be called the Dead Sea, there are still small amounts of bacteria and fungi present in the area. They're just, they have to be very salt-philic, or halobacterian. And the history of this place goes all the way back to even the biblical times, where people have been involved with this Dead Sea. So yeah, this is definitely a very interesting place to visit. I'm going to start lowering it down. I'm going to go ahead and do that. We're going to go below sea level. And we're actually going to go below sea level, guys. For some parts of this flight, we're going to actually go below sea level. We're going to be negative 500 feet, which is really, really low. But it'll still be 700 feet higher than normal. So we should be getting to that area pretty quickly. Yeah, it's great to see you guys. I hope you guys have had a great weekend so far. For me, I've just been touching up more of the slides since my stream on Wednesday. Just mainly been touching up on all the... Just been doing lots of touching up. So I hope you guys are doing well. So this weekend, mainly we're just doing this flight. I've really been touching up more of the slides, and I think I have a pretty good idea of where I want to go for Wednesday's GA flight. I was actually thinking about flying over. I was thinking about flying over the Balkans area as well. Probably taking off from Montenegro and visit Sarajevo and then end up in Zadar. Too much of it. Be quite a few mountains and all that, but it should be a really fun flight. Oh, look at that for a screenshot. Yeah, look at that for a screenshot. That is very cool. So this guy's here, it is the Dead Sea. So to our left is Jordan. If you go to the right, it is the West Bank. The West Bank will be on our right. And we'll be doing like this for about 115 nautical miles. We'll be going through the Dead Sea. And once we cross the end of the Dead Sea, we'll come to 5,500 feet, which for the rest of the trip will be our cruising altitude will be 5,500 feet, and that will be the cruising altitude for the rest of the journey. I mean, look. I mean, this is just insane. Look at this. We're below sea level and we're still above the lake. That's pretty crazy to think about. But yeah, that's why they call it the Dead Sea, because it's so low. So here's the thing actually about the Dead Sea that you may not know about. Despite how salty it is, it actually isn't even the saltiest body of water in the world. In terms of even saltier waters, the saltiest water in the world is actually in Ethiopia, a salt lake known as Gayet Alpan in Ethiopia, with a salt content of 433 grams of salt per 1 kilogram of water, which is 43% salt content. That is extremely salty. That's like over 10 times as much salt as like the normal ocean. It is extremely salty. There's also Lake Retba in Senegal, which is second, and then the third is in Turkmenistan, known as the Gara Bogzaz in Turkmenistan, which is 35%. So it means that the Dead Sea isn't really the saltiest. So yeah, that's what we've been doing the last couple days. But it's been a really relaxing journey so far, guys. So we don't have anyone flying with us right now. The closest one is in a Cessna 172. I believe he's in Israel. 122 feet, he's probably in Ben Gurion. Hey, good to see you. Good morning from Indiana, Kingsman. Good to see you. So we're just over the Dead Sea right now. We're actually below sea level. 500 feet below sea level, and we're still above the Dead Sea. Yeah, we're doing quite well today. Let's open the windows. We get this DC. Oh, look at the DC-3 engines. so good. They really do. They sound cool. Yeah, Dead Sea is one of the lowest places on Earth in terms of elevation. It's one of the lowest in the entire world. Actually, it is the lowest land-based elevation on the Earth shores. It's also the deepest hyper-salty lake, and it's one of the saltiest bodies of water with 34.2% water salt. But the thing that makes this place so interesting is, as well, one of the most interesting things about this place is it actually discharges asphalt. And that's because from the deep seeps of petroleum, the Dead Sea spits out small pebbles with the black substance of asphalt. And as a result, they actually use this for Egyptian mummification to make mummies out of that asphalt. And they import it from the Dead Sea for that reason, which is really interesting. Also, in addition to it, because of how salty the Dead Sea is, if you were to swim here, you're actually more likely to float than swim because of how salty it is. It creates a lot of buoyancy, making it very similar to another famous salt lake, the Great Salt Lake in the United States. So it's definitely a very interesting place to visit. You can float on my back in the Dead Sea. Yeah, exactly. You can float. That's pretty crazy that we're in the. It's just pretty cool. They took a few photographs over the Dead Sea as well on their trip to Jordan. So I'm going to go ahead and get ready to climb up to 5,500 feet. So we're going to go to our cruising altitude, 5,500 feet, so we can get cruising for the rest of the trip. And we're going to climb around, 700 feet per minute would be pretty good. We should get up there pretty quickly as well. Yeah, it is beautiful out here today in the Middle East. Also, here's an interesting thing to the west. To our west is actually a ancient fortification to our west. I just realized it. Called the Masada, which is Hebrew for fortress. Masada is basically the Hebrew word for fortress. But this site here was actually a fortress that was built during the 1st century BCE as a fortress. And it was part of a major battle during the Jewish-Roman War, the Siege of Masada, between the Jewish rebels and the Romans. And it was one of the last stands for the Jewish rebels against the Romans during that time. But it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, by the way. And they did a lot of digging for this area for quite a few decades. And it's been a major tourist destination here for a lot of people in Israel. which is pretty cool. Man, it's beautiful out here. This is stunning. Look at that. That is incredible. Man, this is just fantastic. I mean, look at the state of that. That is stunning. Just fantastic. Here it is. I'm gonna do a short quiz of GeoGuessr, just so we can get ready to enter the live run. Because for the rest of the flight, I got notes for both Bahrain and Saudi Arabia loaded in, so I'm going to be going ahead and do a few quizzes. So let's do a quiz for flags, by the way. Let's do a flags quiz. 24 flags, 25 flags, 4 options. Can you get a perfect score? So let's go over the flags. Which country has this flag? This country is Spain. This is Spain's flag. For obvious reasons, this is Spain. It's Portugal's has green in it. It's green, yellow, red. Montenegro is just red, gold. Similar to that, but the symbol's quite different. And North Macedonia has the sun as their part of their flag. So the only one that can fit is Spain. Which country has this flag? This is Belgium. Belgium's got this flag. Germany's got the same three colors, but Germany's flag is black, red, and gold on the bottom, but it's flipped horizontally. Hungary's is similar to Italy, but it's got, but it's actually horizontal. Because Hungary's flag is this. Hungary's is red on top, white and then green on the bottom. Germany's flag is black, red, yellow. When you compare that to Belgium, it's a flipped on its side, and it goes in the order of black, yellow, red instead of black, red, yellow. And the last one's Romania, which is red, blue, and gold. Red, blue, and yellow. So that is flags. It's called vexillology, by the way, is the study of flags. Which country has this flag? This is Vietnam, the one yellow star. China's flag, Pakistan's flag's got the traditional Islamic symbol, the crescent, and it's green and white. It's not Cameroon because it's green, red, yellow. And China has the same red and yellow as Vietnam, but China's flag looks, the PRC's flag looks, this is what China's flag looks like. The yellow star is to the top left, and you have 4 more little stars surrounding it. That's China's flag. Vietnam is just a solo red and white yellow star. So, hello, Sky Command. Welcome, Sky. Guys, if you haven't checked out Sky Command's channel, a great friend of the community as well. Awesome dude. So yeah, we just flew over the Dead Sea earlier. We're just doing a short GeoGuessr game, so we can pass the time, because we're gonna have a long flight today. We're gonna be going from Jordan to Bahrain, but we're gonna play a short quiz to get us to Wadi Rum. But yeah, I just wanted to show you guys what the flag looks like the way it is. Let's do the next one. Which country has this flag? It is Argentina. Argentina has this flag. Now, Greece and Kazakhstan. Greece is, however, it's easy to confuse Argentina's flag with Uruguay's flag. The symbol is actually the same for Uruguay and Argentina, but the difference is that Uruguay's flag is this. This is Uruguay's flag, by the way, if you guys wanted to know. Greece's flag is basically the inverse of Paraguay's flag, but in a darker shade of blue, and it's got the cross, the Hellenic cross on top. And the last one is Kazakhstan. And here's Kazakhstan's flag. It's actually light blue and yellow, which is Kazakhstan. So that makes it pretty easy. That's Argentina. Which country is this flag? Oh, look at that. The United Arab Emirates. That's the easy one. We're going to be visiting the UAE next Sunday, actually, which would be a nice short flight. Egypt's flag is red, black, white. Egypt's flag looks like this, but it also has the Egyptian eagle, the golden eagle on the center. We've already looked over Hungary's and Kenya's flag. But if you want to look at Kenya, here's Kenya's flag. Here's Kenya's flag with the traditional African tribal shield. but it's a completely different design. So, just showing that off. Which country has this flag? It is India's. It's India's, for obvious reasons, this is India's flag. Now, Myanmar's, Bolivia's flag is definitely not that. Bolivia's is red, green, and yellow. It's not India's flag. Myanmar, or Burma, some people still call it Burma, is the same color as Bolivia, but it has the white star in the middle. The yellow's on top, red's on bottom, and the green in the middle. And Ivory Coast has the same three colors as India's flag, but the difference is India's flag has gotten in a horizontal stripes, whereas these are vertical. And by the way, it's easy to confuse Ivory Coast flag for Ireland's flag. And how can you tell the difference between Ireland and Ivory Coast? Is if it's Ireland, green's on the left. If it's Ivory Coast, it's orange on the left. That's how you can tell the difference between Ireland and Ivory Coast. So there is that. Which country has this flag? It is South Africa. It's South Africa's flag. This was formed after they retired the apartheid regime. And the flag represents all the different rainbow cultures that make South Africa. So that's a pretty easy reason why that flag came into existence. Which country is this one? It is the Czech Republic. Both Slovakia and Croatia go red, white, and blue, but for Slovakia's case, the stripes are all horizontal, with white on top, blue in the middle with the shield, and finally with the red on the bottom. Croatia is a country we visited a couple of weeks ago. But Croatia is got red on top, white in the middle, and blue on the bottom, with its famous coat of arms in the different regions of Croatia. I appreciate it, Sky Command 1 to learn from me. That's very kind. Which country is this flag? This is Thailand's flag. We'll be visiting Thailand as well during the trip. We'll be visiting Phuket. We'll be visiting Chiang Mai and Phuket, and fly over Bangkok. So this should be fun. Which country is this flag? This is Tunisia's flag. Now, some people might confuse Tunisia's flag for Turkey's. So, Turkey's flag, by the way, if you wanted to know about Turkey's flag, this is what Turkey's flag looks like. This is what their national flag looks like. It's got a much larger crescent with the star, but it doesn't have the other circle around it. And let's go over Tunisia just for... There's Turkey, and there is Tunisia's flag, with the circle surrounding the crescent star. Which, by the way, is used a lot in different Islamic countries. So that's how they kind of work. This is Nigeria's flag. It's Nigeria's. Ireland and Ivory Coast have orange, which is what this flag doesn't have, and Lithuania has red and yellow, which is not Nigeria. So that's very easy. Which country has this flag? This is Uruguay's. I just covered this over just a little bit earlier about Uruguay. Same symbol as Argentina, but the flag design is different. The rest of the flag is different. Which country is this flag? This is Colombia. It's not Mali's flag, and it's definitely not Latvia, as Latvia is red and white. However, a lot of people confuse Venezuela's for Colombia's. So let me show you with Venezuela's flag. So Venezuela's flag has got it's got the multiple stars over it. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stars on the middle of it. While Colombia, well, While Colombia doesn't have any of it, and the white and the yellow is much larger and more prevalent. So that is Colombia's. Which country is this flag? It is Estonia's flag. Russia's flag has red instead of black, and Russia has white on top, blue in the middle, red on the bottom. Estonia's got blue on the top, black, and white. And Latvia's got red, white, red. And Finland has got the Nordic cross symbols. It is Indonesia. Basically, Indonesia in Poland may look similar. You just flip Poland's flag and make the red a little brighter, and then you get Indonesia's flag. But yeah, that's what it is. I apologize if I answer them really quick. I have a lot of knowledge, and that is Albania's flag. Here's an interesting fact about Albania, the Albanian flag. One of the cool things about Albania's flag is the double-headed eagle in the center, and the eagle represents the sovereign state of Albania. And that eagle has been around since the days of even before the Ottoman Empire days, with legendary national hero Skanderbeg as well. That's pretty cool. Which country has this flag? This is Switzerland. Easy. That's Switzerland's flag. They got the one with the cross on it. Red, white with a cross. It's pretty easy. That. Which country has this one? It is Somalia. Sorry if I answered them so quickly. I just know. This flag is going to be South Korea. Which country is this one? It is Egypt. I just covered over Egypt. Oh, wait. Oh, there you are. Is that you, Goofier Manatee? It is you. Let me stop the guess for a second. Yeah, that's you, Goofier Manatee. Good to see ya. Yeah, we're about there to Wadi Rum. So we're going to. Good to see you, my friend. Got a couple more questions. This is Sweden's. By the way, all of them have a very similar Nordic flag pattern. So all the Nordic flags are very similar to each other because they're all part of the Nordic cross, which is in all the Nordic countries. So if we want to tell the difference between each of them, Denmark's flag is the Nordic cross, but it's red and white only. Iceland's flag actually is red, white, and blue, but the main part of the flag that isn't the cross is blue, with the cross being red with boundary by white. And basically for Norway, you inverse the red into the main color and blue into the main cross. And finally, Sweden is which is the correct answer, is just blue and yellow. Blue flag with the yellow cross. That's just some basic flag definition. After it brought something a bit quicker, hey, no worries, Goofier Manatee. We're gonna be here for a long while. And this is obviously Pakistan's flag. We'll be visiting here in 2 weeks. We'll be visiting Pakistan in 2 weeks. We got 3 more questions to answer before we. Which country has this flag? It is Mexico. Obviously, this flag looks very similar to Italy's flag because they both have the same flag look as well. In fact, the reason why Mexico's flag is different from Italy's flag is the symbol of the eagle. And the reason that eagle's there that's because this is actually the coat of arms of Mexico, which is the national symbol of Mexico. It depicts a Mexican golden eagle perched on a prickly pear cactus, and it devoured a rattlesnake. And this is rooted back to the Aztec times, that the Aztec people knew where to build their city once they saw an eagle perched on a snake on top of the lake. And that city became known as Tenochtitlan, which later became Mexico City later on. So yeah, that flag has definitely got a pretty cool history. If you know what I mean. Two more questions. Which country is this flag? It is the Netherlands. Yes, the Dutch. And finally, the Netherlands. And the last one, which country has this flag? Norway. Which is where we went to for the last journey, and I got purpose. Nice. So. So yeah, that is going to be the end of the quiz for a little bit. So that's going to be some fun with us today. It is going to, I think I've seen there's Goofier Manatee. He's down below us in F-15 Strike Eagle. And we're getting very, very close to Wadi Rum. So let's go over a bit of the slideshow, shall we? Let's go over the next part. Wadi Rum. This is known as the Valley of the Moon in Arabic, as known as Wadi Al-Qamar. This valley is cut into sandstone and granite rock located here in southern Jordan, right about 37 miles east of the city of Aqaba, Jordan's only coastal city. And it's the largest wadi in all of the country, which is valley. Several previous historic civilizations like petroglyphs, rock inscriptions, and ruins within the valley. And it's a major tourist attraction, offering guided tours, hiking, and rock climbing. And it's been a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 2011. And it's been inhabited by many human cultures from prehistoric times, including the Nabateans. However, in the West, for a lot of us in the West, most people know this area with its connection to British officer T.E. Lawrence, who some of you guys know him for his nickname Lawrence of Arabia. You guys probably know it. And he passed through this formation several times during the Arab Revolt. And then in the 1980s, one of the rock formations was named the Seven Pillars of Wisdom after T. Lawrence's book. And Lawrence described his interest in the Valley of Rum. The hills on the right grew taller and sharper affair counterparts to the upper side, and they drew together until only 2 miles divided them. And he really enjoyed that place, saying it's greater than his imagination. In fact, you can find the highest elevation in Jordan in this valley, the Jabal al-Dimi, at around 6,000 feet high. And this part was a big reason for tourism. Some scenes of the desert were actually filmed here in the 1962, based on T. Lawrence of Arabia, which kickstarted the tourism industry here in the country. And it's one of the most popular tourist sites in the country. Also, in addition, the Zalabea tribe run restaurants, small shops, and provide meals and supplies for visitors. And some popular activities include 4x4 tours, camel rides, camping under the stars, riding under Arabian horses, hiking, and rock climbing. You can find all sorts of things, and it's based for filming locations. there's a lot of this area has been filmed a lot, including science fiction films where this is the closest thing you get to Mars. But some films here, obviously we know Lawrence of Arabia from 1962, but there have been other films actually filmed here. Include the film Prometheus in 2012 by Ridley Scott. We have the 2015 movie The Martian. A couple Star Wars films, including Rogue One, A Star Wars Story, and Star Wars Rise of the Skywalker, have been filmed here. The Aladdin 2019 live-action remake of Aladdin has been filmed here. And most recently, it's been filmed here for the movie Dune. So yeah, this area is pretty famous. It's a famous area as well. So we should be approaching Wadi Rum pretty soon. Absolutely stunning areas. So by the way, guys, if you're interested and if you like what you see and you haven't followed yet, smash that follow button if you're enjoying the content and want to continue to support the channel. And by the way, I also have a Discord here for all you guys to check out and visit. I have a Discord as well. So definitely check out the channel as well. And of course, I also put my previous VODs up in the other channel up here. But man, this area is definitely just beautiful. There's also Raring Ocean in the Cub Crafters. So in terms of Microsoft Flight Sim news, there's actually a couple bit of news that just came around since the last stream. Some big news as well. AM7 and BM1 have recreated Memphis International, which is the world's busiest cargo airport, the main hub for Microsoft Flight Sim. I mean, it's definitely, it looks like a very, very nice airport for the sim. It's not a big commercial airport, but it's definitely really cool that they actually made Memphis. It's also home to the 164th Airlift Wing of the Tennessee Air National Guard. And it looks really, really nice. As well, they've also, Orbex released a new airport, Launceston Airport for Orbex. And here's something that surprised me a lot. PMDG released their 737-700 for the NSFS marketplace. That is something I was not expecting to see released at all in the marketplace. I thought they would have waited to Xbox. However, once Wazen capability is going to come out in March, I think they're going to bring this to Xbox, and I think it's going to sell like hotcakes on Xbox. I will guarantee you that. Because everyone knows how popular the 737 model is. And finally, there's also a couple new series for Alaska, and a new sound set for the Cessna 172. So that's a bit of flights and news today. Oh, Red Wing has released their Goliath. Yeah, I just heard that from Allison. She's going to be coming over it. And yeah, we're about to enter Wadi Rum, guys. I recommend you guys take some bit of your photography, if you guys are pretty good with your photography skills, from Flow. Man, this air. Look at this, guys. Oh my, this is pretty. I can definitely see why Francisco and Katsu took a lot of photos up here. Yeah, I could definitely also see why a lot of filmmakers must go film. Let's get to external view. Let's grab a few pics, shall we? This. Isn't this just incredible, guys? Oh my. Oh my goodness, this is... Well, the reason I'm going to take as many pictures as I can here is because once we leave Wadi Rum and head to Saudi Arabia, we're not going to have much visibility, so... That's going to warn you, alright? Let's check the fuel on this thing. We're around 60% fuel. We're gonna have to change to auxiliary tanks. Not too soon. Oh, look at this. This is just absolutely stunning. I think you guys in the chat would agree with me on this one. This is... Oh man, what a knockout of a scenery this is. Just stunning here in Wadi Rum. Oh, goodness gracious. That is absolutely stunning. It's worth getting a few pics. It's not Saudi Arabia, Typhon, it's Jordan. But yeah, some parts of Saudi Arabia that are really beautiful though. Yeah, it's the part of Saudi Arabia that is really beautiful is, yeah, this entire valley down this coast, you can do an entire valley over there. And that's all really great flying. The west coast of Saudi Arabia, like Medina, beats Mecca, definitely got some great mountain flying. Hey, Infidel Fireman, good to see you, Infidel Fireman. So right now, currently over Wadi Rum in Jordan. However, this good weather is not going to last too much longer because after this, we'll be heading through a sandstorm and we won't be able to see anything. We won't be able to see anything outside of the cockpit, so we're going to enjoy this scenery while it lasts. So flying with us today, Goofy Manatees around to my right. But yeah, this area is just stunning. It is a joy to fly in the sim. Actually, I was the one who discovered this initially, but Jefferson 2001 did. He discovered all. I'm going to go ahead and get the flow, and I'm going to prepare to turn 79. Oh man, this whole area is just beautiful. Love this. Yeah, we're gonna stay 5,500 feet for the rest of the journey. Yeah, very, very beautiful area today. But this one is going to be our longest flight, Infidel Fireman. It's going to be 993 nautical miles. And this will be among the last parts of Jordan we'll be visiting, because once we get out of Wadi Rum, we're going to cross into the border of Saudi Arabia. And it's going to get... Oh yeah, and by the way, guys, at home, it's currently snowing. Yes, it's snowing again. But yeah, flow's a really nice game changer for me because I can just set the altitude where I want to go, so I don't have to worry about changing the gyro pilot all the time. It's like if I was flying the retrofit version of the DC-3. Let's see if we can find the weather settings. Okay, feels looking pretty good. Weather settings. Let's see if there's a sandstorm part of it. Snowstorm. Yeah, we have a sandstorm preset. Okay. I was wondering if I had my sandstorm preset somewhere. Yeah, I was wondering if I had my sandstorm preset because they're going to enter a sandstorm. So yeah, I wanted to ask you guys, do you have any major plans for the week? I know my plans is I'm going to be doing my G8 flight this week. So I'll be taking the, I'll probably take the, a flight across the coast of Dalmatia in Romania, in Croatia, from, I think I'll start from Tiviat or Dubrovnik. Yeah, I'll start from around Dubrovnik and travel all the way down to Zadar. Across the Dalmatian coast, we'll be visiting Dubrovnik, Split, and Zadar, which would be a really beautiful flight around the Dalmatian coast of Croatia. Hey, good to see ya. Looks like better weather here than Indiana. Good to see ya. Yeah, because if you never checked out Planet Neutral, the dude is an amazing content creator. He has so much really good content like mine. If you guys like his content, my content, go check out his channel. He's an awesome dude. I hope you're doing well, my friend. And yes, the weather up here in Indiana looks pretty, yeah, snowy. It's very snowy up there in India. Very snowy. I was supposed to be coaching indoor soccer, and then all the games got canceled. Yeah. At least you have more free time to do stuff in the sim, at least, or at least prepare for the next time you get coaching. Maybe that extra time might help you out with coaching. So yeah, we are around about 30 nautical miles from our border to Saudi Arabia. We're only about that far left. So yeah, I'm just waiting patiently for the next everything's doing well for both. Let's see how everything's going in the cruise section. Looks like the passengers, if there were, we do have a few passengers. They're doing all right here. But yeah, the scene around here is very good today. So yeah, we visited Rum earlier, Planet Neutral, and along with the Dead Sea. So we're currently now heading towards So we're heading towards the Saudi border. So we're going to be heading there pretty soon. So yeah, I have some pretty cool stuff to talk about today as well. So basically, for guys who don't know, I've been doing these slides since May 2021. So today we actually have quite a few slides to talk about. We got quite a lot of slides for today. It'll be mainly talking about Saudi Arabia and Bahrain. For Saudi Arabia, we'll be talking about history of Saudi Arabia, like culture and stuff. I even have a very special set of slides about the Hajj, because, you know, Saudi Arabia is the home of this. It's where it all originated from all those years ago. I'll be talking about that as well. I have some fun facts about Saudi Arabia and Bahrain too. So I have lots of information to talk today. So we're gonna get ready to get here pretty quickly. We're just gonna turn left a little bit. So we're gonna get pretty close to turning. So, if you guys were aware of this in the earlier today, once we crossed over to the border, the winds picked up and they had to go through a sandstorm. So, once we cross over to the border, I'm gonna go ahead and put the sandstorm preset, and we'll be going through sandstorms. This was definitely the first roadblock they had to face through the journey as well. According to the notes, this will be their first major roadblock. As thankfully their DC-3 is capable for IFR, but even they would never expect the sandstorm. Let's check the fuel situation. 46. Okay, I'm both maintained. Oh. Good night. So we're gonna set this to 96 degrees. We're gonna get ready to turn right. We're gonna cross into the border side here. Alright guys, I think we're about now getting ready to cross the Saudi Arabian border. We are around less than 10 miles away. Yeah, we have a long way to go. Because we're going to continue on this route for 748 miles. Which, if we're going around 170 knots, that's going to be another 4 hours doing this thing. Yeah, we're going to be here for a while. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty flat. There's Goofier in the G39. Nice. Alright guys, we're getting pretty close to activating the sandstorm weather preset. Let's go ahead and activate the sandstorm preset as they get ready to cross the border. Yep, and now we're in the sandstorm. Oh no. Oh no. And all the crew can do is see the bottom of the floor. Yeah, that's not an environment you want. We're going to turn on the land lights because we need something to see down there. Yeah, this is just chaos. Yeah, and that's why I took the picture earlier on today. Yeah, we're in sandstorm range. At least the good news is that things would fly high enough to not have to worry about the sandstorm. So let's see the info. So we're now in Saudi Arabia. We just finally crossed the border into Saudi Arabia. So I'm going to go ahead and talk about a bit of Saudi Arabia for today. Known as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, is one of the largest countries in all of Asia. It covers much of the Arab Peninsula, has land area of 2,150,000 square kilometers of land, or 830,000 square miles. And it makes it Asia's 5th largest country and the 2nd largest in the Arab world, behind Algeria. It is bordered to the west by Jordan, Iraq, and Kuwait. Iraq and Kuwait to the north, the Persian Gulf, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates to the east, Oman to the southeast, and Yemen to the south. And off the east coast is Bahrain. But yeah, it's hard to believe, but Saudi Arabia is Asia's 5th largest country in the land area, only behind Russia, China, India, and Kazakhstan. This area is very famous for being the birthplace of the world's second most largest religion in Islam, who's been born here. During the 7th century, the Prophet Muhammad united the entire population of the Arab Peninsula and created a single religious polity of Islam. And following his death, his followers rapidly expanded the territory beyond Arabia, conquering huge and unprecedented swaths of territory known as the Islamic conquest. I mean, far east is to modern-day India, to as far west as Iberia and Malacca. Huge territories throughout the various modern Arab dynasties that were found in this area, including the original, the Rashidans, Umayyad, Abbasid, and Fatimid caliphs. Today, the modern-day area of Saudi Arabia consists of 4 historical regions: the Hijaz, Najd, Eastern Arabia, and South Arabia. That has been unified through a series of conquests began in 1902 with the capture of Riyadh, and it ended back in 1932 by the House of Saud. With petroleum's discovery, Saudi Arabia has been the world's second largest oil producer behind the U.S. and the world's largest oil exporter, controlling the world's second largest oil reserve as well. And it's both a regional and middle power of Saudi Arabia, and it's the largest in the Middle East. So that is a bit of Saudi Arabia, the history of it. So the history of it, there wasn't too much prehistory of it, but the earliest people who have inhabited the area was about 125,000 years ago. During this time, but it wasn't until the start of the Islamic area was a lot of people knew this area. Arabs from when the Prophet Muhammad was born in 570 CE in Mecca, and during the early 7th century, Muhammad united the various tribes of the peninsula and created a single Islamic polity as well. And his successors after his death expanded the territory beyond Arabia, including large swaths of territory, like I said earlier. However, after the last of the Arab caliphates, Arabia was pretty much more split. Then they got subjected to several of the Persian rulers during the 13th and 14th century, and then later on the Ottomans took over much of the area of modern Arabia from the 16th century to the early 20th century. When you go look at the dynasties as well, and we have multiple different caliphs and all that. From the book, you see the Rashidun Caliphate, known as comprised the first 4 caliphs of Islam's history. Then Ali ibn Abu Talib was murdered in Iraq, and his son Ali was also assassinated by his followers, known as the Shiite, were formed the majority Muslim group known as the Sunni. So because of that death on January 29th, it caused the split between the Sunni and Shia, which is comprised of the 2 main sects of Islam today. Then from there we have 1174, Nuruddin, the ruler of Syria, died. Saladin, the vizier of Egypt, married his widow, and Saladin ruled over it. And a lot of people knew Saladin for the Crusades. Then there's Manama Musa, made his 3,500-mile pilgrimage to Mecca from Mali. And for guys who don't know who Mansa Musa is, he was one of the richest men in history. His wealth was absolutely massive. And then the Turks conquered Cairo, and Cairo and Mecca were captured by the Turks, and Arabia became Turkish rule until much of the 20th century. But a lot of it did not develop until the House of Saud, he was the founder of the first Saudi state, and joined forces with the religious leader Muhammad Wahib, the founder of the Wahhabi movement. And he slowly gained power, and then at the beginning of the 20th century, the Ottoman Empire controlled over much of the peninsula. However, then World War I came around, And during this time of the 20th century, the Saudis quickly unified much of the different provinces like Al-Hassa, Assyria, and Al-Hijaz, especially coming after the fall of the Ottoman Empire during World War I with the Pan-Arab Revolt against the Ottomans. Now, the Saudis didn't get involved in the Arab Revolts, but the fact that he actually took advantage of it after he conquered the Hijaz, he conquered the rest of the areas, and Saudi Arabia was born. In 1932, the two kings of Hijaz and Egypt were united under Saudi Arabia. A bit afterwards, let me go over the rest of it then. After unification, they discovered vast oil reserves in 1938. Gotta go, food calling. No worries, Goofy or Manatee. Thank you for flying along with us today. In CN4787 with the follow, thank you so much for the follow as well. So a bit more history. In 1938, they discovered vast oil reserves throughout the Al-Hassa region near the Persian Gulf, and then a couple years later, the full-scale development happened under the U.S.-controlled Arabian American Oil Company, and it provided Saudi Arabia with economic prosperity and significant political leverage. And cultural life really expanded with all that new wealth they now acquired from oil. Then in 1953, Saudi Arabia succeeded as King of Saudi Arabia during this time, and then they had and then in 1973, Saudi Arabia was actually the main nation that led the oil boycott against the Western countries for their support of Israel during the Yom Kippur War, only for the king to then be assassinated 2 years later by his nephew. And by 1976, Saudi Arabia became the world's largest oil producer. And as a result, the U.S. and Saudi Arabia currently have close ties, especially more so after the Iranian Islamic Revolution. And then during the 80s, during that 1979 was also the grand mosque seizure in Mecca by extremists. And then currently, as of now, during Arab Spring, protesters protested in Jeddah in a various way of criticism in the city, and it has been affected by the Arab Spring protests as well. So there isn't too much afterwards, but I can tell you a little bit about Saudi Arabia afterwards. That is a bit about the history of Saudi Arabia. Just wanted to give you a brief history lesson on Saudi Arabia. Yeah, we still got a whole 4 more hours left. Yeah. And there's going to be quite a few of these long flights through the journey. The next really long flight after this one is going to be in India. We'll be traveling through Nagpur to Chiang Mai, and we'll have to be going through Bangladesh and Myanmar on our way there. That's going to be 1,200 miles. Then the next one will be over here to Shemya Island. That's going to take another 1,200 nautical miles. They got a long one through the Aleutian Islands. And then, of course, crossing the Atlantic as well. That's going to take a little bit. So we're going to have quite a few really, really long flights. And yes, I mean, if you guys know I'm not kidding, yeah, we're in a literal sandstorm. We can't see, we can't see crap from here. Let's see the winds. The winds are currently blowing 20 knots. I mean, we've got wind blowing throughout, so, I mean, we got winds everywhere. Pretty crazy. So okay, we got 32 more on the I'm going to play another GeoGuessr game just because we're going to be here for quite a long while. So we're going to be here. Let's go over, let's go with the decade I'm born in, the 1990s. I was born in this decade. Well, let's go 15 questions. The 1990s. Do you remember these events around the world in the 1990s? Let's figure it out. The new president was elected in 1994. Can you pinpoint the location where we are at in the next round? We are in South Africa. And we're specifically in Johannesburg. We are in Johannesburg. Yep, that's it, Johannesburg. We're in South Africa. So, Johannesburg is the political legislative capital of South Africa. That's because Nelson Mandela got one. That's number 2. The channel opened between the United Kingdom and France. In 1994, the Channel Tunnel opened between the United Kingdom and France. Because the only other country that would have made sense is between the UK and Netherlands, but however, the distance between the UK and Netherlands was definitely farther than the UK to France. The European Union was formally established in 1992. That was when the Union was formally established. Gadgets and toys. The birth of the World Wide Web was in the 1990s, but how long did you remember the gadgets and toys? Ooh. Now I was born in 1995, by the way. The Tamagotchi. Egg and toy. Oh, egg and watch. Tamagotchi is egg and watch in Japanese. Okay. My apologies. What was this? Oh, I know what this is. It's a Furby! Furby was released in 1998. It was a Furby. Those are, in fact, I believe Furbies were one of the first AI-powered toys with an AI. The RMS Titanic was set to arrive in New York. Can you point where we're at in the next location? I think I know this place. We're in Belfast, in Northern Ireland. Nope. Oh, we're Southampton. Oh, close. I thought we were Belfast. Okay, Southampton. Oh, Friends, one of the local Harvard TV shows first aired in 1994. Let's see if we can get the answer to the next location. Which word was blurred out? Central. Central Park. Ah, Central Park. Okay. Parker Coffee. Gotcha. Home Alone was released in 19, but who played as Kevin? No, I don't know him. Oh, Macaulay Culkin. Interesting. Never really watched Home Alone. Story time. All right. Which Brewskis for the least to the most Oscars won? No, Lion King was less. Shawshank Redemption. Okay, I didn't know. I thought Lion King and Shawshank Redemption would have won more Oscars than Men in Black. But I was right about Titanic. Titanic won 11 Oscars in the 90s, which is insane. How did Titanic win that many Oscars? Music. Remember you bought CDs? That was a thing back in the 90s. Oh, CDs. Yeah, that's another thing that changed between 3 decades. How much things changed between 3 decades. Okay, grunge. While this music style emerged in the 80s, it was most successful during the 90s. Oh, I think I know this city about grunge. This is an easy one. I know this city. It's Seattle. It is Seattle, Washington. Yes. More specifically, right next to the Space Needle on Mercer Street. Yeah, it is Seattle, obviously. No question. Spice Girls gained popularity, but which of the following was not a Spice Girl? Oh, I don't know anything about Spice Girls. Crap. No, Scareface? Shorty Spice? Yeah, I don't know anything about the Spice Girls. I apologize. Dr. Dre released his album The Chronic in 1919, but what's his real name? Dr. Dre is Andre Young. Yeah, Andre Young is his real name because Dre is a short name for Andre. Diddy Combs is Sean Combs. Science technology. Let's swiftly move to the scientific and technological minutes of the 1990s. Oh, Dollar the Sheep. First mammoth cloned in 1996. I think it's somewhere in the UK. I think it's in Scotland. I think Edinburgh. I was right. It was Edinburgh. I was close. About 5 miles. Yeah, Edinburgh. I was close. What telescope was launched during the 1990s? The Hubble telescope. Oh, by the way, the guy named Edwin Hubble, he was a faculty from actually where I was born. He was a faculty, used to be a faculty, Edwin Hubble. Which cellular network was reached for the first time? 2G, I believe. Yeah, 2G, the oldest cell network was 2G. Set the companies from youngest to oldest. Napster's actually... Napster's younger. NVIDIA is definitely the youngest. No, NVIDIA's... Okay. Vodafone. So I got Craigslist right, but Napster's the youngest. In 1999, then you have NVIDIA. I was surprised NVIDIA is actually that old. And Vodafone way back in 91. Yeah, that's Ports. Ooh. No, I might get this one right. What year did Mike Tyson play off from? Lennox Lewis. No. Oh, Evander Holyfield, but he bit off his ear. Mike Tyson's dirty, though. Michael Jordan wore number 23, obviously. He won 6 championships in the 90s, but he wore the number 23, obviously. He served the top 5 teams in the World Cup in 1988. Lower than Brazil. Netherlands. Netherlands was 4th. France won the World Cup, and Denmark was 5th. Now in the Netherlands, I got problems. Okay. That wasn't bad. But yeah, just did some GeoGuessr just to, So yeah, if you guys were expecting sunny scenery today, I have bad news. If you come here for the first time, yeah, we're in the middle of a sandstorm, so we don't have anywhere to see. All we see is sand, and more sand. That is literally what you guys are going to be seeing for the next 4 hours. At least 4 hours of nothing but sand. Let's check our fuel situation. Let's see how our fuel situation's handling itself. So yeah, we are 700 nautical miles from our destination. We have a... So yeah, I hope you guys are doing all right today. I hope you guys have had a great weekend as well. If you guys have anything to tell me what your weekend's been like, let me know.
Feet that I didn't drop.
Oh my goodness. We don't like the stores already too. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, there we go. That's better. I had to adjust the altitude, so now we can actually see the ground. Because the visibility was basically 0, we can only see the ground from above. Yeah, we don't have anywhere, no airports close to us because we're right in a nature reserve in Saudi Arabia, one of the main things we have. Can't even see anything. Yeah. So now I'm going to go ahead and talk about the next thing about Saudi Arabia today. So I'm going to go ahead and let's talk about the next thing. So let's talk about the government system of how Saudi Arabia works. So Saudi Arabia is actually an absolute monarchy. There are not many absolute monarchies remaining on Earth. In fact, there's only a handful of absolute monarchs still left, being United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia's most noble absolute monarchs. There's only a handful of them left, being the Vatican City, King of Saudi Arabia, Sultan of Oman, Qatar, Eswatini, and Brunei are the only absolute monarchs still remain on Earth. However, the king must comply with Sharia Islamic law in the Quran, while the Quran and the Sunnah, the tradition of Muhammad, are the constitution of the country. And as a result, Saudi Arabia has gotten a reputation for being a very authoritarian. And according to The Economist out of 2012, it was ranked the 5th most authoritarian government in the world. However, by custom, all males at full age have the right to petition the king directly through the traditional tribe meeting known as the Majis. And as a result, the government of Saudi Arabia isn't so different from traditional tribal rule. And as a result, the tribal identity of Arabia feels really strong. The legal system of Saudi Arabia is Islamic Sharia, derived from the teachings of the Quran and the traditions of the Prophet. It's unique, and Saudi Arabia is unique among them, as Sharia is not codified, and there is no system of judicial precedent. So that means judges have the power to use independent legal reasoning to make a decision. as a result. So that's definitely pretty interesting to say about Saudi Arabia. And then geographically, if you look at Saudi Arabia's geography, it occupies much of the largest peninsula on the planet, the Arab Peninsula. Well, some interesting things about the topography of the region, So, it's very interesting because if you look into the western part of Saudi Arabia, it's much more hilly in the west. Once you go further east, it gets much more flat. And a lot of that is caused by the Great Rift. In the western coast is, there's two mountain ranges in the Hijaz region, which the northern range seldom exceeds 2,100 meters, but when you get further south, in the south, it can exceed over 2,400 meters, and some of them can even reach 3,000 meters, making it some of the highest mountains of the entire peaks of the entire Arab Peninsula, which makes this area very, very hilly. Which makes it really, really hilly to live in as well. And when you get to the coastal plain, you get the Manama lowlands, which is the coastal plain. And of course, there's quite a few great deserts in the area. There's a lot of deserts throughout Saudi Arabia, through the region, which makes it very difficult for anything to live in. Plus, interestingly, there's no real lakes in Saudi Arabia either. There's none. They have no water. There's no lakes in the country either. But definitely very interesting to know about Saudi Arabia. And finally, for biodiversity as well, Saudi Arabia has 5 ecoregions: the Arabian Peninsula fog desert, the southwestern Arabian savanna, southwestern Arabian woodlands, Arabian desert, and the Red Sea's tropical desert. Some famous wildlife you can find here include the Arabian leopard, a critically endangered leopard species found in the region. You can find the Arabian wolf, striped hyena, mongoose, baboon, and giraffe. He used to have the Asiatic lion occur in the area, but that was hunted to extinction in the wild until the late 19th century. He used to have lions in this area. Birds in the area include falcons, eagles, hawks, vultures, sandgrouse, and bulbuls, which is basically songbirds. But of course, you can find other species too. Like, you can also find some very famous domesticated animals, but mainly the two big ones is the Arabian horse and the Arabian camel. And those two domestic animals are very important in the country. The Arabian horse is one of the most recognizable horse breeds in the world, with archaeological evidence of these horses dating back to 4,500 years ago. And they're well known for both war and trade, as they add speed, refinement, endurance, and strong bone. And you can find their bloodlines in nearly every modern breed of horse. Which is very cool as well, the Arabian horse. They're also very cooperative with humans, and as a result, they're making it one of the most popular horse breeds in the world. Due to all the things that make them so popular with horse breeders. The other ones are the camels, and camels are extremely important because, well, they're meant to survive in the desert. But the majority of camels are actually domesticated. And these camels are the tallest of the 3 camel species, about 7.5 feet in shoulder, as the tallest. They also have permanent teeth. They're ordered for permanent teeth. The skin's actually black, believe it or not. But the thing that makes camels so good for desert, is the fact that they have special adaptations to survive in deserts. Camels, their humps store a lot of water, and they can conserve water by reducing precipitation by fluctuating body temperatures. Their kidneys can minimize body wash from excretion, and they often press against the earth to avoid excess heat. So it's definitely very, very interesting about the camels. They can survive all sorts of environments. Yeah, definitely some pretty cool stuff about Saudi Arabian animals. Okay, I think it's time we switch tanks. Let's switch the tanks to the auxiliary tanks. Let's go ahead and switch tanks. So yeah, we still have 650 nautical miles left to go. Yeah, we can see a little bit of the ground. Let's see who's flying along with us. There's someone at B320. Yeah, I hope you guys are doing well as always. I hope you guys are liking the content. I know I put a lot of work into these streams. So then, the next thing we're going to talk about is the economy of Saudi Arabia. So economically, Saudi Arabia is the largest economy in the Middle East, the 18th largest in the world, and of course we all know one of the reasons is petroleum. After all, they have the world's second largest petroleum reserves, and is the largest exporter of petroleum in the world. So it's an energy superpower. I mean, a lot of Saudi Arabia's economy is based on a planned economy that's petroleum based, with 63% of the budget revenues come from oil. And Saudi Arabia is one of the leaders of OPEC. So in recent years, they're trying to diversify the economy a bit, including activating more of its ports to add trade between Europe and China. Though in recent years, in addition to oil and gas, Saudi Arabia is also having a very significant gold mining sector and other mining industries. There's an agricultural sector based for vegetables, fruits, dates, and livestock, and lots of temporary jobs for the annual Hajj as well. So definitely very interesting as well. In terms of agriculture, they've been growing a lot more foods like dairy farms. In fact, they have one of the largest dairy farms in the Middle East. It makes it one of the highest milk productions in the world. But also is a major wheat, self-sufficient wheat nomad. They also grow watermelon, grapes, citrus fruits, onions, squash, and tomatoes. And in fact, Saudi Arabia is also home to the largest olive plantation in the world, which is around 7,730 acres, and it has 5 million olive trees. And they can find olives here in Saudi Arabia. And of course, in recent years, tourism has actually been rising. It's one of the busiest tourist destinations in the Middle East. And in fact, that's where they show a lot more growth. Mainly, a lot of people visit here for religious. For many Muslims, they visit here for the Hajj, which we'll get to cover in the Hajj a little later, which is a very, very important thing here in Saudi Arabia. But in addition to this as well, it's home to many other landmarks. Popular places to visit here in Saudi Arabia include Mecca, Medina, Mana and Salif, Yamu, Tabuk, Jeddah, and Riyadh. No, do be warned about Mecca though. For Mecca, I want to put in the warning. Only Muslims are allowed to visit Mecca. So if you're not Muslim, please stay out of it. And I'm not doing this, and this isn't a joke actually. I'm actually serious. Only Muslims are allowed to visit Mecca. Mecca is the holiest city in all of Islam. It's got lots of stuff in it. But in addition to all those, there's quite a few museums in Saudi Arabia to visit, like the National Museum in Saudi Arabia in Riyadh. There is the Al Zahir Palace Museum, which exhibits the history of Mecca, but that's located here. They've got an archaeological museum, and there's even a Royal Saudi Air Force Museum as well. There's also other World Heritage sites to visit. There's the Al Hassa Oasis, which comprises a lot of gardens, springs, and more. There's the Madinat Saya, pre-Islamic archaeological sites. Then there's historic Jeddah, which was a major port for the Indian Ocean routes. And finally, the rock art in the Hala region, which all has over 10,000 years of history. There's different festivals, like the Jindaria, which is near Riyadh and more. And obviously, a lot of tourism still nowadays in Saudi Arabia is religious pilgrimage, the Hajj. In fact, Mecca alone receives over 3 million pilgrims a year during the sacred, one of the most sacred months of the year, the Dhu al-Hajj. So yeah, that is a little bit about tourism and all that. I'm glad they're all doing pretty well here. So yeah, we're still in the middle of a sandstorm still. That's why you can't really see anything. It's like you can't see anything here in the sandstorm. It's brutal. So I apologize if we didn't get many good looks. Yeah, this has been really unfortunate. We can't see anything. And I had to make this truly accurate, so we have a sandstorm. So yeah, we're now getting near to the desert as well. So let's just keep this outside for a little bit. See what things look like. As well. So I'm going to go ahead and get ready for something else. We're going to be here for a long while, so I'm going to go ahead and do another GeoGuessr game while we are in the air right now. Like I said, we've got a long way to go. Let's do North America. How do we know North America? Pinpoint the location. Where are we at in North America? Looks like Mexico, but we can also... Cornelius. We are in Mexico. Are we in Ciudad Juarez or are we in Tijuana? Oh, 2009. Oh, we're in Guatemala City. Oh. Didn't think about Guatemala. Crap. Yeah, there's a whole lot. Which Nobel Prize did he win in 1992? Literature. Oh, Nobel Peace Prize? Really? God. She won the Nobel Peace Prize for Peace for struggle for social justice and ethnocultural freedom and respect of indigenous people. Ah, God. Maybe this one I'll do better. was Mexico City. Okay, was Mexico. Mexico City, largest city in Mexico. When is the Day of the Dead celebrated? The 15th of October. Oh, the 2nd of November. 2nd of November, Day of the Dead, multi-day holidays. Pay respect to the departments. I'm not doing so well. I'm not doing so well. Interfaith Industries, PBS. Okay, it's somewhere in the United States. I believe. It was the United States. It was Houston. Oh, man. It was Houston? I just flew over the city last Wednesday. Right. Who was second on the moon? Buzz Aldrin was second on the moon. Neil Armstrong was the first. Buzz Aldrin was number 2. Electromechanical. Oh, I think I know this, Eric. I think I've been here. I think this is Victoria. This has to be Victoria, Canada. No, it's Edmonton, but it was Canada, and it was the West. I didn't think Edmonton. What's not true about syrup? Yeah, C's not true. Most sap's not made up of 98% sugar. It's made something else. Pinpoint the location. North America. It's not Mexico. It's not. If I were to guess, I think we're in Havana, Cuba. Yep, it was Havana, Cuba. Most Americans don't ever get to see Cuba, though. No. What is the name of Cuba's national bird? Yeah, the Tocoroa. National bird of Cuba. And finally, which country is the biggest bird area? It's Canada, actually. Yes, the United States. The United States is number 3, tied with China, 3 and 4th. But Canada's definitely number 2. In fact, it's just around 400,000 square kilometers bigger than the US. And the last round. Which city is the biggest in terms of population? I think Mexico. Yeah, it's Mexico City. Yeah, Mexico City is the largest city in North America. New York is just about 700,000 people less. Not bad. I think I got one more. I'm going to do one more quiz. I'm just trying to space out my slideshow stuff. I'm trying to space things out. Let's go with. Okay, play some. Family Wonders, National Order Family Wonders, all visible on the map. There's no time limit for this quiz. Yeah, then I'll just get a perfect score. Okay. Place this on the map. 5 natural wonders. You put them on the map. This one is Victoria Falls. There's also Angel Point. That is Victoria Falls. That's in. Yep, it was Victoria Falls, obviously. I have the scenery for it. I definitely want to go there sometime this year. Mountain time, Pompeii, Mount Vesuvius, right next to Naples. It is Mount Vesuvius. It is right next to Naples. And there is Mount Vesuvius. The highest point on Earth is Mount Everest. That's located right on the border between Nepal and China. You can find Mount Everest. Mount Everest. Next one. Architecture view might be this famous mountain. Obviously, this famous mountain is Fuji. Mount Fuji. We'll be visiting Mount Fuji. It's Mount Fuji. The highest peak in all Japan. This volcano was a very difficult name to write and pronounce when used in 2010. Okay, I was right. It has to be somewhere. It isn't Iceland. All right, it's somewhere in Iceland. It is somewhere in the far south of the island. I was wrong right here. But hey, I still got most of it right. It was somewhere in Iceland. Panorama time. Let's pinpoint the location of these places. Four corners. Four corners. Arizona. It is this place. Right here, the four corners would be Arizona, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico. Oh, I think I know this place. This is Uluru in Australia. Right near Ayers Rock. National Park. Yay! Okay, that's good. Oh, this is easy. This is right where I run. This is Petra. Yeah, it's Petra here in Jordan. That's Yeah, we flew by Rome earlier today. Petra was around this area. It is a Petra. 51 miles. Okay, it was further north. Wadi Musa. Yeah, it was further north. But hey, I got it right. And this is Taipei 101 in Taipei, in Taiwan, in the island of Taiwan. Taipei 101. Pinpoint this location. Let's see where we're at this time. The Grand Canyon. Yes, Arizona. $15. This is 10-degree watchtower, but got that one right. Hey, 49,000 out of 50,000. Nice. All right. So with that taken care of, that takes care of some of the geoguessr for a little bit. Nice to do that while we actually fly over a bunch of this. It's nice to do something a little different just to pass the time. So we're going to get back in the slideshow a bit. So for tourism, we will do about Saudi Arabian culture in Saudi Arabia. In terms of culturally, Islam plays a huge role in Saudi Arabia's culture. It's greatly influenced by Arab and Islamic culture. Society is very deeply religious, with conservative, traditional, and family-oriented. Many attitudes and traditions are centuries-old, derived from Arab civilization. However, in recent years it has been affected by rapid change. From an impoverished nomadic society to a rich commodity producer in just over a few years in the 1970s, it's really changed as a result. So Saudi Arabia has quickly quite changed, but by far the biggest deal, usually I try not to talk about religion, but in the case of Saudi Arabia, it actually makes sense to talk about religion here. It is the birthplace of Islam. In fact, this is where Islam was first established, and thus the majority of population is Muslims. Also, the Quran is considered the constitution of Saudi Arabian law as the main legal source. Unlike many other Muslim states, Saudi Arabia has been following a very strict version of Islam. When men and women are segregated for university, for example. And one of the most important months for Islam has been Ramadan. The 9th month of the Islamic calendar is a holy month for all Muslims. And during this month, Muslims fast from dawn to dusk. As a result, there's tons of Islamic traditions. Friday is the holy day for many Muslims, so the weekend is Thursday through Friday. Then it was switched to Friday to Saturday. And this leads me to my special topic I want to talk about for today. My special topic is the Hajj, actually. And this is the Hajj is extremely important to talk about here in terms of Saudi culture. That's because the Hajj is the annual Islamic pilgrimage to Mecca, the holiest city in all of Islam. The Hajj is a mandatory religious duty for all Muslims that must be carried out once in their lifetime by adult Muslims who are physically and financially capable of undertaking the journey and of supporting their families during their absence. In Islamic terminology, Hajj is a pilgrimage made to the Kaaba. It's known as the House of God in the sacred city of Mecca. It's one of 5 pillars of Islam, along with Shahada, the oath to God, Salat, prayer, Zakat, almsgiving, and Salah, the fasting of Ramadan. The Hajj is a demonstration of the solidarity of the Muslim people and their submission to Allah. The reason this is really important is because it really ties into Islamic culture really, really well. And it's got a long history associated with the life of the Prophet Muhammad. So it's very, very important to discuss this as well. And this has been going on for centuries. And just in the height of its attendance back in 2019 before COVID, over 2.48 million people came to the Hajj in 2019. And the Hajj was associated with the life of the Islamic prophet Muhammad from the 7th century AD. But in fact, the ritual stretched back for thousands of years to the time of Abraham. So the history of the Hajj was established by Muhammad. According to Islamic tradition, Abraham was ordered by God to leave his wife Hajar and his son Ishmael in the desert of the ancient Mecca. During medieval times, pilgrims would gather in the big cities of Syria, Egypt, and Iraq to go to Mecca in groups of caravans, comprising a tens of thousands of pilgrims, mostly under patronage of the state. The caravans followed well-established routes in the era of Darb al-Hajj, the pilgrim roads, usually followed ancient routes such as the King's Highway during this time period. And that goes back to some bits of the history of Hajj. Now, there are certain rites you have to do in the Hajj. There's quite a few rites. And basically, some of those rites is known as the Fiqh, which is describes the manners and carrying the rite of the Hajj. And pilgrims generally follow handbooks or expert guides to successfully fulfill the requirements of the Hajj. In performing the rites, the pilgrims not only follow the model of Muhammad, but to commemorate the events of Abraham. So the spiritual state is known as Ihram, spiritual state of holiness, which marks the start of the ritual for the Hajj in person, and it's initiated upon the arrival of the Miqat, which is the boundary where pilgrims perform the Hajj. When they enter it, they are required to abstain from certain actions. And males are required to wear 2 seamless cloths, one around each waist, and the other draped over the left shoulder. For females, it involves wearing ordinary dress that fulfills the Islamic condition of a public dress. Other prohibitions include refraining from clipping nails, shaving any part of the body, using perfumes, and more. And it's shown to show quality of the pilgrim in front of God. The next one is Tawaf and Sa'i. Tawaf involves walking 7 times clockwise around the Kaaba, and upon arriving at the Al-Ashid Al-Haram, they perform an annual tawaf as part of the Umrah, or the welcome. So each circuit starts with the kissing of the black stone. Pilgrims point to the stone and recite prayer. Then after it is completed, then you do 2 prayers at the pet place of Abraham, a site near the Kaaba. And the rite is said to be the manifestation of Ta'at and oneness of God. Then follow the Tawaf. It's a say, walking around 7 times between the hills of Safa and Marwa. And afterwards, the male pilgrims trim their hair, and women during the corporate portion of their hair, which completes the Umrah. Then there's like a couple days of each time in the Hajj. Then on the 18th, which is the first day of the Hajj, pilgrims are reminded of their duties and all that. And then after the 8th day will be the 9th day, and they arrive at Arafat. And they stand in complete vigil, offer supplication, repent and atone for their past sins. At Arafat, and then they lead to Muzdalifah after sunset. They all perform prayer, and upon reaching there, the pilgrims perform their prayer joyfully. And then the 10th day, they move to Mina, and they actually perform a tradition known as the Stoning of the Devil, which they throw 7 stones at only the largest of the 3 pillars. And then on the 11th day, they did more pillars as well. And that continues on for the next couple days until the final day, when they leave Mina for Mecca. And this is a very significant part of Islamic tradition as well. Then after the Stoning of the Devil, animals are sacrificed to honor the commemorative story of Abraham and Ishmael, and then they also do as well. Then they revisit the sacred mosque in Mecca for another Tawaf. And then before leaving Mecca, pilgrims do a farewell prayer known as the Tawaf al-Wada, where they circle around the Kaaba 7 more times and they can attempt to kiss. But the reason this is very important to talk about the Hajj and all that is because this is a very big deal for people. In recent years, the Hajj has been making more adjustments for technology to improve the safety, enhance the experience for the pilgrims using technology like e-bracelets. For visa requirements to enter Saudi Arabia, Muslims have to acquire visa requirements. They also have done transportation stuff. So in order to do the pilgrimage to Mecca, traditionally, camels were used, obviously, to get through the desert. However, in the 19th century, steamships were used to get through much of the sea routes, until air travel came to it, as Egypt was the first Arab country to do airline service for Hajj pilgrims in 1937. Today, many airlines and travel agents offer packages for Hajj and arrange for transportation accommodations. And because of this, King Abdul-Jabbar International Airport in Jeddah and Prince Mohammed bin Abdullah Airport in Medina have very special dedicated pilgrim terminals to help the pilgrims. And other airports like Indira Gandhi Airport in New Delhi, Jinnah Airport in Karachi, and Sokar and Al-Hada have very dedicated terminals just for the pilgrims as they depart for the Hajj. And during official days, pilgrims travel between the different locations by metro, bus, or on foot. So that is as a result. So it's pretty crazy about the Hajj as well. It's pretty cool. However, there are issues with crowd control problems because there's been so many more pilgrims entering the Hajj that causes a lot of accidents and deaths even due to crowding. For example, one of the first one was in 1990 when the stampede led to the death of 1,000 people. And in fact, for the Saudi economy, in 2014, Saudi Arabia was expected to earn more than $8.5 billion from Hajj every year. And it's expected that the Hajj will continue to be more important as oil and gas sales decline. And as a result, just last year, there was about a total of 899,000 people. But the height of it back in 2019, the last year before COVID, was 2,489,000 people, which is insane. The highest one I've read on record was 2012, over 3.1 million people. So yeah, that is a bit about the Hajj. I wanted to cover it because we are in Saudi Arabia after all, and since we're going to be here for a long time, I thought I think it'd be a good time to talk about it a little bit. Learn more about Islamic traditions. I think it'd be a really fun topic to talk about and want to chat. Like I said, I'm not bringing politics into this. I'm just doing it to raise awareness for the world around us, and that way we learn more about it. I appreciate you guys in the chat for staying around. I really do appreciate it. I know it's not the most visually exciting journey. Let's go ahead and get out of the cockpit for a bit. Yeah, we're still going through... We're still going through a lot of clouds. That's a little bit about Saudi Arabia for a bit. I think that's pretty interesting. Let's see, I'm going to go ahead and do the geoguesser. Ooh, let's go famous landmarks. Yes, let's do that one. How well do you recognize these landmarks? Pinpoint this landmark. Stonehenge, United Kingdom. close, actually. Wow, I was close. Just 12 miles east. There's Stonehenge. Wow, I was close. Let's see. What is the height of this landmark? The Arc de Triomphe is 164 feet, 50 meters. Yep, got that one right. I think Paris has been a height thing as the accuracy. Pinpoint the location. Where are we at? Distance. We are in New York City. I believe we're in Manhattan somewhere. I think we're in Uptown. Yep, we're right outside the Empire State Building. Yeah, that was the Empire State Building. Okay. Quick more this landmark. This is the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Italy, Italia. Tower of Pisa. What city is this landmark called? That's Brandenburg Gate. That's in Berlin. I did a whole city tour of Berlin. I know it. Pinpoint below Ish. Oh, we're in Singapore. Oh, we're going to be visiting Singapore as well. This is Gardens by the Bay. Yeah, we're right here. Gardens of the Bay. That's a beautiful area to visit in real life. I would love to visit there. Golden Gate Bridge is in one city in particular, San Francisco, the Golden Gate Bridge. Who is not on Mount Rushmore? John Adams is not on Mount Rushmore. The four presidents are George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln. So it's not John Adams. Oh, odd one out. This location, I believe, let's see. I believe we are in Singapore. I think this is the Petronas Twin Towers in Kuala Lumpur. I think we're in the Petronas Towers. Bingo! I was right. It was Petronas Towers. I was right. We'll be flying over that too. We'll be flying over Petronas as well. This country is located in Cambodia. Angkor Wat's in Cambodia. Pinpoint the location. Where are we at this? We're in London. Yeah, we're in London. We're in Westminster Palace. We're in London. Palace of Westminster. Yeah, we're in Westminster. I toured London as well, surprisingly. What is the official name of the Tower of Big Ben? The Tower of what? Elizabeth Tower. I actually forgot that. I forgot it was Elizabeth Tower. That was the official name. Elizabeth Tower. Which city can you find this landmark? Oh, Space Needles in Seattle, obviously. I've seen that in real life. And I think I know where this location's at. This is the CN Tower in Toronto. There it is. Bingo. Yep, it is 64,000. If I didn't get that tower wrong, I would have got 69,000 points. Gosh darn it. Viper Strike, absolutely. we're just about 500 nautical miles out, so we got a while left to go. Let me check the tanks. 60. Okay. Let's see if we can do one more point. Let's do number. Let's do cycle. Okay, cycling. Okay, we're gonna go to visit different countries and we're gonna go place. Find the country. We are contact lens, Jude de Groot. We are in the Netherlands. I think we are in. I think we're in Amsterdam or we're either Rotterdam or Amsterdam. I think we're in Rotterdam. I think we're in the. Yeah, we're in the Belgium. Oh, I forgot Belgium split the tickets again. Ah, crap! It is Belgium. I forgot Belgium. Belgium also has Dutch speakers. We're invited to Belgium. Flanders and Wallonia. Yeah, Flanders and Wallonia are the two autonomous, they're one of the three autonomous regions. Brussels, capital, Flanders, and Wallonia. And basically, they each spoke by different languages. Some people speak more Dutch, some people speak more... Which fictional character was written in the Smurfs was created in Belgium? Smurfs were created in Belgium. Find the country. Edmund House. Okay, we're in the UK. We're in the United UK, yep. What avenues are called? Spoke out for women. Crap, suffragette. Really, is Viper messing this up? Who was the Prime Minister before Theresa May? She succeeded him. David Cameron. Find the country. I might be in Australia. Or New Zealand, it has to be one of those. Oh, I think this is Australia. Yay, Australia. More specifically, outside of Melbourne. Okay, Australia it is. Nice. What ocean is made of Vegemite? Vegemite is yeast. It's yeast. Vegemite is made of yeast. Which was the biggest win FIFA had in the Australian World Cup? 31-0. Yeah, 31-0 was the biggest win. Yeah, Australia's biggest win was in the FIFA World Cup in 31-0. That was to America Samoa. Australia beat them in 2001, 31-0 against America Samoa. Archie Thompson scored 13 goals in that game. Yeah, poor American Samoa, they had no chance. Find the country, air parking, family mart. Ah, we're in Japan. Welcome to Japan. That's a pretty easy telltime sign. What is the currency used here? The yen. Yen is their currency. I know that from the Japan side. Yen is their currency. Wow. Which is the traditional Japanese guest called ekonoma. Finished 44,000 points. Not bad. And I'm going to do one more quiz. The 1980s. My parents grew up during the 1980s. A concrete barrier was taken down in this country, but can you pinpoint where we're at? Well, they tore down the wall in Berlin, so it's Germany. Berlin, Germany. More specifically. Yeah, it is a little far up, but yeah, that is where they tore down the wall. The Berlin Wall in Germany. What year was the Berlin Wall taken down? 1989 was when they took down the wall. Quiz time. In 1887, the total population rose to 5 billion people. It's now almost 8 billion people. Top Gun, the Goonies, prior with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and much more. No streaming service the audience can see these days. Back to the Future, 1985, the Back to the Future was released. Can you pinpoint where Doc Brown lived? I think he lives somewhere in Southern California. I'm gonna say Long Beach. Oh, okay, I wasn't wrong. He lived in Pasadena. Yeah, I got pretty close. He lives somewhere in Los Angeles, but the question is where. Which year did Marty travel back into the future? He traveled back in 2015. Oh, 2015. He traveled to the year 2015. Which of these movies did not get a sequel? E.T. did not get a sequel. I figured E.T. was a sequel. Sort the Star Wars movies when they were released. A New Hope. A New Hope was first. Return of the Jedi. The Phantom Menace was actually from the 1990s. And the Empire Strikes Back was released. And The Last Jedi was obviously the youngest. The New Hope, Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. Yeah, people didn't realize how big Star Wars was back then. Star Wars was huge. The world's largest spherical building was completed in 1989. Can you pinpoint where we're at in the next round? I believe it is in Stockholm. I think it's Sweden. Bingo! It's at DC Arena. Yeah, it's Stockholm. Right. Thanks. Number 82. Artificial body part was implemented in humans, but which part? Artificial heart. Yeah. The artificial heart was implemented. Game Boy, but when was first released? The Game Boy was released first in Japan, obviously. I mean, Nintendo made it, and Nintendo's Japanese, so that's pretty easy. Calculation. What space shuttle was the first that made it is Columbia, claimed as dispatch. Music. Rock and roll was our genre to check what's John Lennon. Where is spell where John Lennon would be point on the map the next round? He lost his life in New York. Yeah, he lost his life in New York, by the way. He was assassinated. But yeah, he lost his life in New York. Breitling was held in 1985, but which country did the benefit help? Ethiopia. That is, it was held in Ethiopia because of the famine that happened there during the 1980s. There was a terrible famine in Ethiopia. So Live Aid was a huge concert that opened up a lot. The first sound album was 1982, and that was Thriller by Michael Jackson. So Michael Jackson was enormous in 1980. Please, Lionel Richie definitely. Phil Collins, yes. Stevie Wonder, I think those two. Really, Olivia Newton-John was more than Phil Collins. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I was that girl. Sports. Last category. This should be much easier for me. The famous event when Argentina took place in the World Cup. Maradona scored a goal with his hand. Yeah, Maradona, he scored a goal with his own hand. Which team won the ice gold? U.S. won gold in 1980. Here at Lake Placid, New York, they beat the Soviets to advance to the gold medal game. And finally, art in literature. Andy Warhol. Literature. Which word is thrown out? Got tomato soup, Campbell's tomato soup. Which was the poem was not a novel? Criminal Misery, Garden Tower of the Hemisphere, it happens to you. Yeah, it happens to everyone. That is not a novel like. Hey, A6 out. Oh, let's take a break. Okay, let's take a break from this, and yeah, the water conditions are not improving anytime soon. I think this thing's gonna have some bit of sand on the DC-3. Gonna have some bit of sand. But it looks like this thing's running pretty much okay. Everything's running pretty smooth. But yeah, everything seems to have gone pretty smooth. We just are under 465 nautical miles away. We're not that much farther. We're making our destination to Bahrain. Cruise around 174 knots. We're cruising quite fast at this speed. pretty good today. Not gonna lie. I'll be back in 1 second. Let me go ahead and get the bio break. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Does that take a look great? Yeah, as you can definitely tell, we're still in the middle of the sandstorm. We'll be going through this through much of the trek. So according to the stream, we've been on for 3 hours and 27 minutes. We still have a while to go for the stream. We still have another 2+ hours worth. There's not really much. Let's go ahead and finish the rest of the Saudi Arabia stuff. So the next one is Arabic. So Arabic is the national language of Saudi Arabia, but also among other countries around the region. But modern Arabic emerged from the Arab Peninsula, which Saudi Arabia was a part of. Since the 7th century, Arabic has been characterized by diglossia, with opposition between a standard standard language from literary Arabic and diverse vernacular varieties that serve as different other tongues. And as a result, one spoken dialect of Arabic in Saudi Arabia would be very different from Arabic in Iraq, Jordan, Syria, or even Amman. Despite all that, Arabic is the lingua franca of the Arab world and the literal language of Islam. It's an official language in 26 states and one disputed territory. In fact, only English and French have more countries that is an official language. And it's one of the 6 official languages of the United Nations. The International Organization of Standardization assigns language codes for 33 different varieties of Arabic, and there's a bunch of varieties of Arabic. And I mean, there is Moroccan Arabic, there's multiple types of Algerian Arabic. You even have different types of Arabic throughout the different regions of Saudi Arabia, potentially. So basically, there is lots of varieties of that language. And Arabic is classified as a Central Semitic language as well. And it has a very, very long history, and Arabic has spread along with Islam, throughout much of the Middle East, but even into Asia as well. In terms of vocabulary, the most important sources of borrowing into Arabic are other related languages in its family, including Aramaic, and it has a huge impact on other languages. Azerbaijani, Gali language, even Croatian, English, German, Hindi. Arabic has a major word in tons of languages, and that's because Arabic, due to all the Arab world with science and stuff. In addition, English itself has multiple loanwords from Arabic, including the following: admiral, alchemy, alcohol, algae, arsenic, assassin, candy, tonic, magazine, mattress, sherbet, sumac, tariff, and zenith. Now, tons of words as well. And basically, phonology of Arabic, it has 29 different consonants as well, along with more of its history. Vowels have 6 pure vowels, but most dialects actually have 8 vowels. And this brings us back to the Saudi rule, the Arab alphabet. And yeah, there's a lot of different things about the Arab alphabet. So the Arabic alphabet consists of 48 letters, written in cursive. The Arabic alphabet is known as an abjad, meaning no use of consonants. So the letters, each of the names of the letters comes from different forms as well. Alf, ba, ta, tha, jim, ba, sabha, da, dal, ra, zal, steen, sheen, dad, ziba, sa, zika, een, deen, ba, ka, lam, meen, noon, wal, ya. Are the different letters, and they each have different writings based on literature and all that, conjumination. And users of Arabic mainly write long vowels but omit short vowels. The readers must utilize their knowledge of the language to supply the missing vowels. So basically, that's kind of how the Arabic alphabet works. And then here's some words and phrases within this to be Arabic. Let's look at some Arabic words. I know I'm not really great at this language, but what's your name is Ma Ishmuka. Ma Ishmuka is what's your name. Now the next one, how are you, is dependent on if you speak in male or female. If it's male, you say Kayfa Haluka. Kayfa Haluka is male. However, for female, it's Haluki. Haluki is if you're speaking to a female. Then please is La Samat. Samamat. La Samat. La Samat. Then thank you is Shukran. Shukran. Thank you. And then your welcome is Afwan. Afwan is your welcome. And if you want to say I'm sorry, there's 2 different words if you're speaking male or female. If you're speaking to a male and you say I'm sorry, it is Ana Asif and an Asif. Ana Asif. And then if you're a female, you say Ana Asifa. Ana Asifa. I'm sorry. And then where's the bathroom? You say Anya Al Haman. Anya Al Haman. There's the bathroom. And then, let's see a couple more words. Good morning is Saba Al-Khair. Saba Al-Khair. Saba Al-Khair. Good morning. Then it's a pleasure to meet you. It's Hind Dawag Sorori Luka Balata. Minjwai Sorori Luka Bot. Oh, allow. Min, Dawei, Strawberry, Luca, Bot. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a little tricky. For English speakers, it's a little tricky. And then I can't find Eagles La Ajit. I can't find my passport. La Ajit Jawaz Al-Safa Al-Khasibi. My passport. If you can't find your hotel, La Ajit Funduki. Funduki. I can't find my hotel, and I can't find my group. La Ajit Majumi Ajimuit. La Ajit Majimuit. There we go. That's the best I can do with Arabic. Oh, actually, speaking of follow, Yolo Aaron 69 with the follow. Thank you so much. I forgot that you were here as well. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. So yeah, we're currently flying away to Manama, Bahrain. We flew over Dead Sea waterfront earlier, so now we're going all across the Arab Desert in a sandstorm, nonetheless. And we're just going over different stuff as well. Let's see, we only have 419. Let's get through the rest of the Saudi Arabia stuff. So for the rest of Saudi Arabia, we're going to be going through the Saudi Arabian cuisine. The cuisine in Saudi Arabia is very similar to other cuisines around the Arab world, but mainly encompasses the food around the region. In spite of the existence of many common dishes, Saudi Arabian dishes vary from region to region, as the culture itself varies, because, well, the region of Saudi Arabia used to be its own separate regions. And basically, in Saudi Arabian cuisine, traditional food dishes include items used in the food include wheat, rice, lamb, chicken, yogurt, potatoes, seafood, and dates. And there's tons and tons of dishes, like himini, mandi, kapsa, rujabak, and more. But a dish consisting of stuffed lamb known as kuhuzi is the traditional national dish is known as stuffed lamb, as well known as a kuhuzi. Kebabs are also popular, as is shawarma, a marinated grilled meat dish of lamb, mutton, or chicken, sometimes wrapped in flatbread. As in other Arab countries, pashbus or kabsa, a rice dish with fish shrimp, is also popular. So starting in the 1970s as well, they've been getting more and more advanced starting in the 1970s as well. The rise of foreign, started, well, as modern commercial restaurants has changed a lot of culinary habits here in Saudi Arabia. Also, addition that is another thing that's very popular in here in Saudi Arabia is the coffee, Arabic coffee. They had traditional coffee house used to serve all this is ubiquitous, but replaced by food hall style cafes. According to the Saudi Arabian cultural mission, serving coffee in Saudi Arabia is a sign of hospitality. Traditionally, in Arabic coffee, the coffee beans are roasted, cooled, and ground in front of guests around the world. Pestle, then they add cardamom pods to the coffee beans during the process, and once it's brewed, it was poured in front of the guests. But yeah, Arabic coffee is a very, very popular. It's served in all the Arab countries. that in Saudi Arabian cuisine for a bit, and then we get to sports in Saudi Arabia. In terms of sports, by far the most popular sport in Saudi Arabia is associated with football or soccer, and full participation in viewing is governed by the Saudi Arabia Football Federation. And there are more than 60 football clubs participating in 3 main levels. The top level being the Saudi Professional League. The Saudi Arabian national football team has qualified for the FIFA World Cup 5 times. 1994, 1998, 2002, 2006, and most recently in 2018. Actually make that 6 times because Saudi Arabia was in the 2022 World Cup. Yeah, they won in 6-1 because they also participated in 2022 as well for Saudi Arabia. Outside of football, basketball is also popular, with the Saudi Arabian basketball team winning the bronze medal of the 1999 Asian Championship. Horse racing has also got a lot of legacy here, where Friday afternoons is the traditional time for horse racing in the Saudi capital, and Saudis are a dominant player in international horse racing. And of course, and a unique sport in Saudi Arabia, here's a very unique one, camel racing. Yes, people race with camels, believe it or not, through the Arab desert. But camel racing has been practiced here in the UAE and still has a lot of popularity. There are camel race tracks in the kingdom's major centers and racing for prize money throughout the winter months. And just like horse racing, camels with breeding pedigrees are very, very valuable. And then the art in Saudi Arabia, visual arts tend to be dominated by geometric, floral, and abstract designs, and by extension calligraphy. And that's because in Sunni Islam, tradition prohibits creating representations of people, as they view about idolatry. So they form with words, calligraphy, which is the art form in arranging beautiful letters and symbols, making it some of the most dominant art forms in the country. This art is emerged in different themes: metalwork, ceramics, glass tiles, painting, and sculpture. So this is another kind of art as well. The 10-long Jindaya Natural Festival celebrates the founding of the kingdom and showcases Saudi culture, heritage, tourism, crafts, and form. In terms of music and dance have been a big part of Saudi Arabian life. Bedouin poetry, known as the Nabati, is still very popular. Traditional music is fairly associated with poetry and sung collectively. Instruments include the rababa, an instrument that's not like a fiddle, and various types of percussion instruments, drum and tambourine. Of the native dance, the most popular is the martial line dance known as the al-harna, which includes a line of men traditionally armed with swords or rifles dancing to the beat of drums and tambourines. And finally, some pretty fun facts. Hey, Comic Crazy, good to see you, Comic Crazy. The flight's going pretty good, Comic Crazy. Currently we are in the middle of a sandstorm. We're in the middle of a sandstorm because, according to the notes from the flight when they did it, when they crossed the Saudi border, it was a sandstorm. So I basically recreated the sandstorm of the journey. So we're going through a sandstorm. I do not have lots of visibility. The visibility here is not good. Comic Crazy. So we're just, since we can't really look at the scenery, I have to get out slideshows and do GeoGuessr stuff because there was nothing we could see out there. So I had to do the most of it. But I've had a great time, actually. Earlier on, we visited the Dead Sea, right around the border with Jordan, and we got to visit Wadi Rum. And we got to visit Wadi Rum, which is absolutely stunning. The whole area is just great to fly over. Yeah, but yeah, it's cool that we're at least I get to at least I try to actively recreate the flight. Stand off. But yeah, it's a great area. The Middle East is really cool to fly around. Like the whole Middle Eastern region is so cool to fly around. But yeah, today's been a really good day, Comic Crazy. Like, it's a 993 nautical mile flight, so we are still around 395 nautical miles remaining. we still got a long way to go. Long way to go. So let's go over a few fun facts about Saudi Arabia. So let's look at some pretty fun facts. So let's look at a few fun facts about the country, shall we? So for 120 years, in Radia's Masak fortress, a spear has been impaling the fortress for 120 years, as it was raided by Ibn Saud in 1902, where particularly burly soldiers blocked the spear through the front door. And it's still there. You can find a 120-year-old spear found in one of the fortresses. It was thought that Saudi Arabia was given its name to the ancient Egyptians. The Kaplan pyramid enthusiasts refer to the area of Al-Rabi, which is where it goes to Arabia. In Jeddah, it's home to the King Fahed's Mountain. It's the tallest water fountain in the world. Spraying forth from the Red Sea, this remarkable site is around 312 meters high, gushing water faster than 350 kilometers an hour. To put that in perspective, 312 meters is around 1,000 foot. That's taller than many buildings, mind you. This fountain is taller than many buildings. I mean, that fountain is so tall. I mean, that's absolutely insane. Then, the last fact is in Mecca. It's a POA landmark in the game. From the Abraj Al-Bayt Towers in Mecca, including the largest Burj clock face in the world. It stands at 601 meters high, which, in terms of looking at this, 601 meters, that is around nearly 2,000 feet high in the air. 2,000 feet. And it makes it the highest clock above ground level. But what's interesting about the Mecca clock towers as well, interesting fact, this is all part of a major complex of 7 different skyscraper hotels in Mecca, and they're part of a project to modernize the city and to cater to all the pilgrims that go here to the Hajj. So, yeah, during Easter, during Istiri had that Jerusalem on. That's PUI. Ah, cool. Yeah, I did fly over Israel last Sunday. I would never like to do something around Israel, but the issue is the whole political stuff. I don't want to do that. And apparently the towers as well have a floor area of around, for development area around 1,575,000 square meters of space. Yeah, that's kind of it about Saudi Arabia. So that is about Saudi Arabia for all the information to know about it. Let's go check the weight and see how much fuel we got. 26. I think we can go a little farther. Hey, Flox! Good to see you, Flox. Guys, you guys should definitely check out one of my longtime best friends, in the flight sim community, Foxtrot, amazing dude. He makes so many amazing streams. Good to see you, Foxtrot. How you been, my friend? So yeah, definitely click the link, check out Fox's channel. He's a mod of mine, streams. An excellent friend of mine in the community. We've done quite a few streams together too, Fox. 4 hours in, yeah. 4 hours in. Doing pretty good. We are around 379 nautical miles, so we're about 2 more hours to get done with today's flight. But yeah, everything's going really, really well today. Earlier on today, Flox, let's go over the flight plan. So if you guys got here for the first time, let's go over the flight plan for you guys who are just here for the first time. So we took off from Market International in Amman, Jordan. From there, we went past through the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea being very well known for being one of the lowest places on Earth, probably the lowest elevation on the planet. Then from there, we'll be visiting. We went past Petra into Wadi Rum. We got to visit the Wadi Rum Preserve, which is a really beautiful area here in Jordan. Then we crossed the border, and we now are dealing with sandstorms. So now we have to deal with the sandstorm. And it's going to be like that for the remaining part of the journey, even including into Bahrain. So yeah, we have a still a bit of ways to go. Yeah, you might have to get those windshields replaced or pitted. Yeah, that was one of the big issues they had to deal with earlier. So yeah, they're gonna have to get cleaned up. Yeah, but everything's been going pretty good, Fox. So we just covered over Saudi Arabia a little bit earlier, but we still have a bit more to go. So I'm going to go ahead and do another thing of GeoGuessr for a little bit. Just because, you know, we still got a while to go. It's going to be a long flight. So we're going to go with, let's go with food and drinks, because we're hungry. One location, don't quizzes on an empty stomach. Don't put quiz on an empty stomach. One location, let's grab a drink before we start. We'll ask the question about beverages. Quiz time! Which country keeps the most tea per capita? Turkey. Turkey drinks the most tea per capita. Yes, I grew up in the Mojave Desert and I had to replace a windshield too, some of the older cars. Yeah, that's a thing. What is this? What is cerveza in Spanish? Cerveza is a drink of... No, it's actually beer. Wait, before we do this, let me go check. Let me close this. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and refill the tanks. I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. Yeah, let me go ahead and refill the tanks. So cerveza is a beer. Spanish. Like I said, I don't know Spanish too much. Cerveza. Okay, next one. Which country is the largest producer of wine in the world? Spain, actually. Oh, Italy is. The Italian drink. Italy is the biggest wine thing in the world. What is the most popular drink after water? Yeah, tea is the most popular in China. China and India drink a crap ton of tea. Those two especially drink. Next we go to the movies. Watch we include food in movies. Which Bond does he usually drink? A Vesper Martini is what James Bond usually drinks. A Vesper Martini. Which Disney movie was... Oh, Ratatouille. That's easy. Yeah, Ratatouille. Oh, if you guys didn't know about the movie Ratatouille, it's actually one of my favorite Disney movies. One of my favorite Disney Pixar movies. They made, it's about a rat named Remy. He had a dream about wanting to be a cook. So he goes into Paris and works together with a human, Linguini, and he helps create French dishes. Breakfast at Tiffany's. Audrey Hepburn started. Breakfast at Tiffany's. Can you let me get this stuff marked? Okay, it's a little bit, but yeah, it's in New York. Time for the main course about European food culture. Oh, Brussels! Brussels, easy. Brussels is the capital, and that's because it's named after the Brussels sprout. Dijon mustard is named after what in the country? Dijon, France. Dijon is a French name. When you order a release essential, what do you actually order? It's a couple of veal, which is young calf, it's a calf. Now, if it's a normal schnitzel, you order a portento. This is Wiener schnitzel, and that is veal. Which country is the most? Japan is more than Switzerland. Absolutely. Poland is less than Switzerland. France is... Yeah, I got that one right. France has the most Michelin restaurants, followed by Japan. And Poland only has 2. Oh, Poland. Is the food Greeks presented vegetarian? Ooh. Are marshmallows vegetarian? No, they're not vegetarian. Is ketchup vegetarian? Yes. Ketchup's mainly made of tomatoes. Is milk vegetarian? Yeah. It is vegetarian. Milk is. Is Parmesan vegetarian? No. Yeah, peanut butter's vegetarian. That's weird. Cheese is a vegetarian. Oh, okay. That explains it. Marshmallows contain gelatin, which is animal protein, which is used in jelly, cosmetics, and other sweets. A crucial ingredient in marshmallows called rennet, which is enzyme taken from the stomach. Ah, gotcha. That's funny. Interesting. I didn't know about that. Alright, let's take a break for a bit. Alright, guys. Now we're going to go ahead and discuss a little bit about Bahrain for a bit. So let's go over a little bit about Bahrain for a bit. This is the country we are going to be visiting today. But what's so special about the country of Bahrain, you may ask? Well, Bahrain is actually a kingdom. It's actually an island kingdom in West Asia, in the Persian Gulf. There's 50 natural islands around, and an additional 33 more artificial islands sit around Bahrain Island, which makes up for 83% of the country's landmass. It is the site of the ancient Dilmun civilization. It's been famed since antiquity, famous for its pearl fisheries, which are considered by many to be some of the best in the world. And Bahrain was one of the earliest areas influenced by Islam in 628 AD. It was also briefly ruled by the Portuguese for about 81 years. And then it was part of the royal family, the Al Khalifa royal family, since 1783. In the late 1800s, Bahrain became a protectorate of the UK until it became independent in 1971. From a former emirate, it's now an Islamic constitutional monarchy in 2002. And it developed the first post-oil economy in the Persian Gulf, thanks to the result in banking and tourism. And many of the world's largest financial institutions have a presence here in the capital, and it's one of the most developed countries in the Middle East. So it's definitely a very, very cool area as well. So in terms of Bahrain, here's some interesting points in the timeline. Bahrain was home to the Dilmun, an important Bronze Age trade center linking Mesopotamia to the Indus Valley. During the classical era, it was referred to the ancient Greeks as Tylos, the center of Persian pearl trading in the region. In the 3rd century, Ardashir I became the first ruler of the Sassanid dynasty, marched onto Amman and Bahrain, where he defeated Sanatar, the ruler of Bahrain at the time. While its first interaction was during the Al-Qurr invasion, back in 628 AD. And he launched a surprise attack on the Balu tribe who were planning to attack Medina. Then in 899, the Khamaritarians, a Malarian Islamic sect, seized Bahrain during this time. Though they tried to attack, they sacked Mecca and Baghdad in 930, bringing the sacred Blackstone back to their base. And it returned back 22 years later in 951. Following their defeat at the hands of the Abbasids, the Khamaritans were overthrown by the Umayyad dynasty and took over the whole region in 1076, and they controlled until 1235 by the Persians. In the modern era, in 1521, the Portuguese Empire allied with Hormuz and seized Bahrain from the Jaffa ruler of Mukrid ibn Zamil, who was killed. And the Portuguese held it into 1602 when Abbas I of the Safavid Iran kicked them out. For the next 2 centuries, Persian rulers retained control of the archipelago, interrupted by the Omanis. In the early 19th century, Bahrain was invaded by both the Omanis and the Al Sauds until they joined with the British Empire's protectorate. And on August 15, 1971, Bahrain was given independence. So that is a bit about the history of Bahrain. And then let's look at the geography of Bahrain next. So, in terms of Bahrain's geography, it is very flat. It's generally flat and arid. It consists of a low desert plain rising gently to a low central escarpment. Its highest point is 440 feet. The mountains smoke. Total land area is around 257 square miles or 665 square kilometers of land, but due to land reclamation, the area was increased to 780 square kilometers of land, which is slightly larger than the island of Anglesey. About 92% of all Bahrain is desert, with periodic droughts and dust storms, the main natural hazards. Environmental issues with Bahrain include desert desertification, coastal degradation, and illegal land reclamation practices. In terms of climate-wise, Bahrain is pretty much a desert, but because of the Zagros mountain range on the Virgin Gulf, summers can get very hot here in Bahrain. Some of the highest average temperatures are in July and August, which they reach over 100 degrees Celsius, 100 degrees Fahrenheit or 37 degrees Celsius, and there's not much rain. And then in biodiversity standards, Bahrain has more than 330 species of birds were reported in the archipelago, which 26 breed in the country, and millions of migratory birds pass through the Persian Gulf regions during the winter and autumn months. One of them is the African houbara is a regular migrator, which is a very dangerous species. The many islands and shallow seas are very important for the breeding of the Socotra cohorts. Up to 100,000 of these birds are reported around the area. Bahrain's national bird is the bulbul, while the national animal is the Arabian oryx. Only 18 species of mammals can be found here, including gazelles, desert rabbits, and hedgehogs are common, but the Arabian oryx was hunted to extinction on the island. There's also 25 species of amphibians and reptiles, along with 21 species of butterfly and 307 species of plants as well. Hey, Sergeant Staff, good to see you, Sergeant Staff. Definitely check out my good friend Sergeant Staff and his channel. I heard that you were streaming today. Unfortunately, I didn't wake up in time to catch your stream, Sergeant Staff. I do apologize. I had to get some sleep. So yeah, we're currently on our way over to Bahrain. We're in the middle of a sandstorm right now, as you can probably tell. We're in a sandstorm. Things get really messy. Yeah, I hope your day's going well. We're about 325 nautical miles out. The trip was almost 1,000 miles, so we have a long way to go. It didn't miss much, a little stormy. Yeah, that figures. Yeah, it just shows you the expanse of the entire Saudi Arabia. It's like, people don't realize just how big Saudi Arabia is. We're one of the thinner parts of the country in the north, and it's still over 700 nautical miles. Oh, you're lucky to be in Alaska. Oh, Alaska's gorgeous. Actually, I'm gonna head back to Alaska next year. Next year, I'm gonna be heading back to Alaska next year. 14 days in Alaska, but we're gonna. It's gonna be fun. We'll be going to the same places that I did earlier last year, which is like Juneau, Skagway, and Ketchikan. But this time around, we'll be visiting more places. And actually, we'll be visiting Ketchikan, Juneau, and Skagway, but we're also going to be, me and my family are going to visit Cover Glacier, Valdez, Seaward, Alaska, which is outside of Anchorage, Sitka. So that's going to be a lot of fun visiting those places in Alaska. You got rated on taxi out. Oh, Captain Canadian Mustache. Oh, cool. I'm glad you had a really good stream, Captain Sergeant Staff. That's fantastic to hear. That's great to hear. Yeah, I can't wait to do things. I'm hoping I can save enough money. If I can save enough money, I'm hoping to do the seaplane flight in Juneau, which will be a lot of fun visiting all the different glaciers and all that through the air. But it's going to be next year, so I'm going to wait and see if there's any more excursions to do. Because if I don't get to do a seaplane flight in Juneau, I might see if I can do one in Sitka or Seaward, which would be absolutely fantastic to do some flying. My friend lived in the North Pole. My parents drove into Alaska for the summer from Michigan. Oh, that is one long drive. To drive from Michigan to Alaska? That's a long drive. I mean, you would have to go through. I don't know how far Michigan you live. I bet you would have to go through Canada. Either some of the. Well, I'm looking that up. It's about 3,938 miles. It took me 3 days from Michigan to Alaska. They were there Memorial Day to Labor Day, so it's total big belonging to my friend. Through Wyoming. Oh, you went through. So if I go through Indiana through Alaska on the road. Okay, from my home, I was looking. You ran across the Northern Peninsula and the Northern Routes. Yeah, that's for me in Indiana. For my home, in Indiana, we drive through all the way to Indianapolis. Through around Chicago, through Rockford, going up to Madison, Wisconsin. You put. Then you drive through Wisconsin into Minneapolis, then through North Dakota, then cross the border. Then for me at least, cross the border into Canada, going through Saskatchewan, Alberta, into British Columbia, by horse. Cross the border at Alaska 2, then go up into the state of Alaska. Yeah, we're dead center in the Laurel Peninsula. Yep. Yeah, I was just showing where it would have been if I drove from my home. pretty crazy. That is a crazy truck. The farthest we've ever drive was to Florida, to Orlando. We didn't even go on the drive I did. At least I can remember. So yeah. Ooh! Oh, Tomos will win the raid. Yo, Tomos! It's been a while since I've seen you come on my channel, Tomos. How you been? Hello, Tomos World viewers. Good to see you guys. This is Viper Strike 95 and today. So we're doing the DC-3 around the world trip. We're recreating the journey done by the folks at Breitling, with the main pilot being Francisco Julio. We are doing leg 6 of this journey, and we're traveling all the way to Manama, Bahrain. Let me go ahead and give you the flight plan. Here it is. I'm going to go ahead and make it nice and big for you guys. Welcome first-time chats to quite a few of you. So here's the flight plan for today. So we took off here from Oscar Julia Alpha Mike at Market International. From there, we traveled through the Dead Sea. We took some air photography. Then from there, we visited the Wadi Rum for more air pictures. The area is absolutely beautiful, by the way. Then once we crossed into the border of Saudi Arabia, we, as you can tell, we are in the middle of a sandstorm. Oh, what servers about? Oh, hello, first time chat, Captain Barry. Captain Barry 6, we are in Southeast Asia. Our closest airport is Oscar Echo Kilo. So from there, we've been crossing straight line from Saudi Arabia all the way over to our destination here today in Bahrain. So we'll be visiting the city of at Manama, and we'll make our way in here. So yeah, we're about four and a half hours in. So pretty great stuff today. If you guys are here for the first time on my channel, it's great to meet with you. I do these streams every single Sunday. These are the around the world trips. I also do a variety of streams on Wednesday, doing GA flights. This week is going to be, upcoming week is going to be GA at 1700 Zulu. And it's alternating between GA, Airliner, and the city tours on Wednesday as well. We got a wide variety of stream content. And if you guys want to know if you think this is a fake recreation, this is the legendary DC-3 by Francisco Julio. The pictures are done by Katsuhiko Tokunaga as well. You can get this book from Amazon. And by the way, if you want to grab the livery for this plane, I have a command for that too. Exclamation point livery. And it'll get you to the link to the DC-3 livery I'm currently using today. And it's based off the real plane. Oh wait, there's a new version available. Yeah, I'm gonna have to download that after stream. I'm gonna have to download the new version. But it's a new version of this plane. So yeah, it's great to see you, Tomos. I hope you guys have had a great stream as well. So Tomos, what did you do for your stream today, Tomos? If you're curious, could you let me know what kind of flight you did today? Because I know you probably had a lot of fun today on your stream. Oh, you actually flew to Manama. Wait, you flew to Manama, Bahrain today? Yeah, I forgot. Also, oh, that is awesome. Wow, so I'm gonna be meeting you in the world tour, Tomos. Just waiting for another 295 miles left to go. That's awesome. I'm so happy. That's cool. We might need to cross paths a little bit. Just give me another 2 hours or something like that. So guys, let me show you something. So I've been working on these throughout many weeks, and I'll be doing these every single stream. I give you a slideshow with Google Slideshow, and I'll be talking about each of the places we're flying and to get to learn about each of the places. So we're going to learn a little bit about Bahrain's government system under a constitutional monarchy led by by the current king, Shakia Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa. He enjoys the king himself enjoys wide executive powers, like appointing the prime minister, his ministers, commanding the army. And hello, HRS 73 with the fall. Thank you so much, HRS. Thank you so much for the fall. I hope you're doing well, my friend. By the way, if you guys like the content of my streams, I have a Discord as well. You guys should definitely check that out. I will be posting my new content up there. So if you guys want to catch up on all my streams, and even some of my previous work I've done, I did a baseball series. It was my very first series I've ever done. And I even did another historical recreation, the 1926 Berlin's invasion trip in Yonkers. So yeah, this is actually my second historical trip. So outside of the king, the Bahrain also has a National Assembly, a bicameral National Assembly, consisting of the Shura Council with 40 seats and the Council of Representatives with 40. The Shura are appointed by the king, and the Council of Representatives are elected by absolute majority vote. As well. Yeah, I appreciate it as well. Like I said, I don't want to talk about the political stuff as well, but I talk about the politics system. And then we get to the economy of Bahrain. Bahrain's economy is really, really unique. It is the fastest growing economy in the Arab world, and it's the freest economy in the Middle East. It's one of the first post-oil economies in the region, thanks to the fact that Bahrain's financial center is one of the fastest growing in the world, have benefited by oil demand. When economic conditions fluctuate with the change price of oil, Bahrain actually moved on and developed things in case of an oil economy. Bahrain is home to many multinational firms and construction proceeds on many industrial products. So as a result, Bahrain's economy is pretty strong as well. Oh, do you have a route map for your round-the-world trip? I do. It's in my Discord, Captain Barry. I have a Discord link, actually. I posted this earlier, but I could post it again. Here's my Discord. If you click on my Discord, you'll be taken to my Discord. And in the Discord, I have a channel called the 2017 Breitling DC-3 Around the World Flight. And on the top of the page as well, I'm going to pin this comment. I'm going to pin this comment. And in this comment will contain the complete flight plan of this entire trip. It would be the complete flight plan as well. But it's also got the link to the livery and the book that I've actually used for the series. So yeah, that is the link to the entire flight plans on that. So yeah. Let me go ahead and change that then. Sometimes it happens during my stream. I forgot to change it. I need to do it now. So hold on 1 second, Captain Barry. Let me just plan it to change. Like I said, it will take a second. Okay, and okay, exclamation point Discord. There, click on that now, Captain Barry. Should you take in? I hope that works for you this time, Captain Barry, and then you can have the complete flight plan. But yeah, it is 25,000 miles long. It's long. So basically, so far in our journey, so legs 1 through 5. First leg we start in Geneva. From Geneva, we actually then stopped at Avignon, France, to get around the Alps. And then from Avignon, France, we went to Zagreb, the capital of Croatia. We went through much of the Italian mainland. Then from Zagreb, we crossed the Adriatic Sea into Athens. And then from there, we went to Athens, to Tel Aviv, Israel, and then a very short hop into Amman, Jordan, and now we have today's. So yeah. I can see you, Captain Barry. Yep, I got you now. The Discord link works. Good. Let's go over the remaining parts of some of the slideshows. Then we have tourism. Bahrain received over 8 million visitors in 2008, most of them from surrounding Arab states, though increasing number outside the region due to the game's heritage in the Bahrain Grand Prix. There's quite a few areas in Bahrain that are definitely very interesting. You have Flat Al Bahrain, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. You have the Tree of Life, which is despite it's over 400 years old. There's also the Belt Al Quran, which is the House of the Quran, holds Islamic artifacts of the Quran itself. You have the popular Khamis Mosque, which is believed to be the first mosque in the region, one of the first in oldest mosques. Bird watching as well, scuba diving and horse riding are also very popular here. So tourism is actually quite a bit of a big deal here in Bahrain, it turns out. And then we get to the transportation side. Bahrain has one major international airport, and that is the airport we're visiting today, Oscar Bravo Bravo, India. Mainly run by its carrier airline Gulf Air. It handles almost 100 flights daily and more than 9.5 million passengers in 2019. The island also has a very developed road network, including the city, and the discovery of oil in the 1930s have accelerated the creation of multiple roads and highways in the city. In addition to this as well, Bahrain also has there's also monorail transport that's planned. And of course, Bahrain owns 3 harbors in Manama, Mina Salman, and Citra as well. That is a bit about the transport sector of Bahrain itself. So yeah, that is a bit about my streams. I do these every single week. At least for the Sunday streams. Let's look outside, and yeah, you get up until there is no visibility. Can't see out of anything. Really, just can't see out of anything. Like, I would love to clear this up and so you guys can actually see what's going on, but hey, I gotta keep it true to what they did in real life. But yeah, today's going to be pretty good. We're about 269 nautical miles away. So, if you guys want to know what's planned on next Sunday is going to be we're going to actually visit 2 cities on Sunday. Doha and Dubai are going to be the 2 places we're going to be visiting on next Sunday. So we'll be checking out those 2 cities as well. It should be lots of fun. Which should be a lot of fun. But seriously, let me give Tumbles World a shout out as well. Tumbles World does a lot of great streams as well. Oh, your name tag just appeared, says Joe. Oh, yeah. Oh, let's see you, Joe. Joe W176WJ. Hello, Joe. See ya. In the Tomcat. Nice. Currently M203, final over from Tomo's World left off. Ah, cool. Let's check our fuel. Our fuel situation is pretty good. We definitely have enough range for the rest of the trip. Nice. So let's do another GeoGuessr thing. Another quiz. Let's see if Viper actually knows what he's talking about. Let's do movies and TV. Movies and TV dedicated to the arts of film. Nice. Cinema. Which country was Lord of the Rings filmed? New Zealand. Yes, New Zealand is where much of the Lord of the Rings was filmed during the time period. I mean, that's why people make memes about Lord of the Rings in New Zealand. Which movie series is this location connected to? Harry Potter. By the way, the real-life railway of this is actually Scotland. Pinpoint the location where are we at now? I say we're probably in New York. No, actually, it was in Boston. Wow, it was in Boston, Massachusetts. Hey, Biggles, good to see ya. I need a head Piper. Thank you so much, Sergeant Staff, for coming here today. I really do appreciate it. And I hope to see you soon. Hello, Viper. Viper, would you mind me sending that link to that new livery? Hey, Sergeant Staff already took care of it for you, Biggles. Good to see you. Yeah, it is. It's X-Wing-1 livery. Yeah, I really do like the Breitling DC-3 livery. It looks so good on this DC. It's clean. It's a clean, classic-looking livery. Nice. Yeah, Sergeant Staff did it. Livery. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty event. It's gonna be a very eventful landing too. It's gonna. Yeah, it was Boston, Massachusetts. We've arrived in Boston. Which one took place? It was Good Will Hunting took place in Boston. Oh, the music of La La Land was by mistake. Which one was the actual winner? Moonlight. Yeah, Moonlight was the one that actually won. Which person has the most Academy Award rating? Meryl Streep. Meryl Streep is the most Academy Award rating for acting. Meryl Streep. Yeah, 100 point. Meryl Streep also won the Academy Award 3 times, but Meryl Streep was nominated 21 times. 21 times as a Academy Award. Which film festival you win called the Golden Palm? The Cannes Film Festival. Yeah, it's the Cannes Film Festival. And location. Where are we at now? Stop vehicle to stop the security. Okay, we're a French-speaking country. Where is it? It's in northern France. Maybe? No, it's actually in Dunkirk. Oh, it was in Dunkirk. We're arriving in Dunkirk. Well, which one of these films did he not direct? Shutter Island, Memento, Tenet, or Fall. Shutter Island. Which country is Guillermo del Toro? Guillermo del Toro is from Mexico. Del Toro's from Mexico. Oh. The Lost Take and Nectarine has solidified which was the first Netflix original series. Orange is the New Black. No. House of Cards was their very first. Oh my goodness. Right now. Indiana Jones Lost Crusade. Oh, it's Petra. This film's from Petra. Petra! Okay. So, yeah. That's a little bit about it. Yeah, for the weekend as well, for my plans, I'm just going to continue just doing what I do as well. So basically, we're just going to be through the sandstorm for another, for at least another hour. We're about 230 nautical miles out from our destination. We should be there in about an hour. Yeah, it's crazy. We've been here in the air for nearly 5 hours. It's insane. So let's see who's been flying along with us. We have... But yeah, we don't have anyone flying with us, and even then, I have a hard time seeing where all you guys are at. Not good. No, it seems terrible. Let's see, let's do another GeoGuessr as well. So I usually just do this because we have so much time with these flights. Usually my shoots are last 2-3 hours, which isn't very long, so I don't have to worry about time. This can go on for many, many hours. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. All right, let's go with brands. 16 questions, 2 locations. How do we know about the companies around us? Should be an interesting one. Do you want to try? Which brand is this logo? Amazon. Amazon has it. Easy. Campers. Rolex. That's a famous watchmaker. Alone, trouble. Let's go for a location. IKEA is in Sweden. IKEA is in Sweden. IKEA is in the land of the Swedes, the land of PewDiePie and Abyssy. Hey, 026 Mystic, good to see you. We are not landing soon. We have a whole other hour ago, and we are landing at Oscar Bravo Bravo India. That's where we're landing here today, 026 Mystic. That's where Tumbles landed earlier in today. So we are landing at Bahrain. We still have 226 nautical miles left to go. Zara. Samsung was founded in South Korea. Can I add you to the game? Absolutely. Just hunt. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Gamer tag. Exclamation point. Gamer tag. My gamer tag is Viper Strike 9510. So that is my game tag 026 Mystic. If you can type that in, you can get my gamer tag and you can send a friend request. Cadillac is it's young. Ford is 22. General Motors. There you go. Yeah, Cadillac's the oldest of the four. Next car coming up, found in 1948. Puma was founded in Germany. Let's shoot. Let's boring. He found Puma's biggest competitor is Adidas. Nice. Mr. Zero's just added. All right. There you go. I just added you as a friend. Nice. Cool. So yeah, the Bulls that have me installed on the pen, the Swans are here for the Fox. Then again, Swans are pretty low. You'll be presented with one country, two brand names. One of the brand names originates from the country. Which brand is not associated with Denmark? Fisherman's Friend. Yeah, both of them's not America. Pepsi's US. Kia is not associated with Japan. Kia is Korean, not Japanese. And finally, the last, it is going to be which brand is not associated with Italy. Chanel is not Italian. Kinder is actually Italian. Okay. So we just did a little bit of that because we have a long way to go. There's also another command too, nearest. So here's our nearest airport. So what's your speed right now? My speed is around 170 knots. I'll just depart on you, no worries. Yeah, I'm going 170, so I recommend taking either the best case scenario, the best is you take a DC-3, because the DC-3 can go this fast. But if you don't have it, the Bonanza, the Cirrus SR50, Cirrus SR22, Bonanza, the Baron, you can take anything that flies within 170 knots. You can freely take this. You can freely take anything that can keep up that speed. So look at this. We're just under 200 nautical miles. We're doing this in about 5 hours. It's pretty amazing that it's this long. Pretty crazy. So we've about an hour left to go. I'm going to go ahead and get the rest of the Bahrain slideshow complete. Let's go talk about the culture of Bahrain, shall we? Even though Islam is the main religion, Bahrains are known for their tolerance towards practices of other faiths as well. It's part of the Persian Gulf. As a result, Bahrain is known for their cosmopolitanism, and their citizens are very diverse. They're tolerant towards Catholicism, Orthodox Christianity, Hindu temples, and even though a now defunct Jewish synagogue. In terms of art, Bahrain's art really emerged during the 1950s, culminating the establishment of its own art society. Expressionism and surrealism, as well as calligraphic art, are the popular forms of art within the country. Abstract expressionism has gained popularity in recent decades, and politically grew popularity due to the Bahraini government was active patron of Islamic art, culminating in an Islamic museum known as the Beit al-Quran, which has artifacts from the Quran, the main religion of Islam. So, and in terms of music, it's very similar to its neighbors, similar to other neighbors in its region, like Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE. The Khaliji style music, which is folk music, is very popular within the country. The Saud style music, which follows a complex form of urban music, performed by an oud or like flute, a violin, and mirwas, is also popular in the country. Ali Bahar was one of the most famous singers in Bahrain. He performed his music with his band Al-Eqwa, the brothers. Bahrain was also the first reported to amongst the Persian Gulf states, and alongside the Persian Gulf. I would take the Diamond D862. Good choice. In terms of sports, Bahrain is the first nation outside the USA to host an International Mixed Martial Arts Federation World Championships. They have reported an influx of global athletes visiting the nation during 2017. In addition to this, the most popular sport in Bahrain is associated football, or soccer, in the United States. Their national football teams competed many times in the Asian Cup, Arab Nations Cup, and they've even played in the qualifiers for the FIFA World Cup, though they still haven't qualified yet. In addition to other sports, basketball, rugby, and horse racing are also very popular around the country. And Bahrain finally also has its own Formula One track and hosted the inaugural Gold Era Bahrain Grand Prix in 2004, first of any Arab nation. And the race has been hosted annually since 2011. The most wins during that Grand Prix was Lewis Hamilton, 5 wins per Grand Prix. I have a DC-3, I can't see you in the DC-3. Oh, you don't have my livery. Here it is. Here is my livery. Here's my livery 026 Mystic. 026 Mystic. Here's the livery. Exclamation livery. Here's the livery I'm using. Oh, I see a Biggle, and I see you, Mrs. Arabs. Good to see ya. Well, yeah. Hey, no worries, my friend. I also have a Discord as well. Here's my Discord as well. And my previous VODs are located right here in my YouTube channel. So good to see you guys. We're about not too far out. We have Beagles and Mr. Zerus with us today. Hey, I see it now, Mr. Zerus. Here you are. Nice to see you, my friend. Awesome. Yeah, we are not far at all. In fact, we are not too far at all. We're about 159 miles from our waypoint in Amman. And then we'll make our way. Loop now install livery. Ah, nice. Yeah, it's a very cool livery. I need to update it because it just came out with a new version today. Which is really, really cool. Wow. Hey, Redbox, good to see you. There was an update today? For the livery. My livery just got an update, Redbox. It was for my livery. So my livery for the DC-3 I'm using just had an update. So this is this livery right here, which is really cool, and it's the one they use for the real-life flight finder. Really, really cool stuff as well. Okay, someone just joined. All I heard was update. Hey, no worries, Redbox. I completely understand. No worries, my friend. No worries at all. Thank you for joining in for today. Do I put the liver in the community folder? No, you put it right in your community folder. But there is a really, really helpful little thing called it's the add-on link. The add-on linker is it's from Flight Simulator. It's called MSFS add-on linker, which but yeah, you can put it in your community folder, 026 Mystic. Just put it in your community folder. That would be the best way to do it. But the thing I recommend is the MSFS add-ons linker. This tool is super good to have. The add-ons linker, this is the easiest thing. You just put them in your add-on linker folder. You can create different folders of which section you have. It makes it so much easier to track which add-ons go with which. It's a game changer if you haven't tried it. Yeah, we're actually about an hour away. So let's go. Okay. Yeah, no worries. I'm happy to help whenever if you guys have any questions, I'll answer to the best of my ability and help out. It is what I like to do is help out the community. That's one of the things I love. Is help out the community. It just help this community out because, like I said, we're all one big community. We want to help each other out. So let's go over a few fun facts about Bahrain. First, it is the smallest country in the Middle East, and it's Asia's third smallest country. Yes, Bahrain is really, really small. In fact, if you want to talk about the two smaller countries in Asia, there's only two countries with a smaller land area. In terms of Asian countries, it is the third smallest. If you guys want to know which countries have bigger land area than Bahrain, who are smaller, the second smallest in Asia is Singapore, and then the smallest country in Asia is way down, and that's the Maldives. The Maldives and Singapore are the only two smaller than Bahrain. Maldives only has an area of 300. Like they only have an area of around 300 square kilometers, and Singapore has 728 square kilometers. So Bahrain is only just barely bigger than Singapore. Pretty crazy. I'm going to depart your game with delivery. Nice. How is this plane these days? I love the DC-3. It's about to play to fly. I really enjoy the DC-3. I still love the DC-3. It's still enjoy to fly. I absolutely love this plane. Yes, I get it. The ductwork mod makes this thing even better, but I still enjoy the DC-3. It's still a lot of fun to fly, and I'm so glad we got this bird in the sim. Like, I'm so glad we all got the DC-3. That was a plane I've been wanting for such a long time. So yeah, I really do enjoy the DC-3. I do agree with you, the ductwork mod and all that would be better, but I still enjoy the base DC-3. I enjoy it. So that's just how I feel. But you do raise up a good point. In terms of other facts about Bahrain, let's go over a few of them. In 2004, Bahrain's flag set the Guinness World Record with the largest flag. It was 169 meters long and 97.1 meters wide. So basically, 556 feet and 96.1 and 315 feet tall. Yeah, it's a massive flag. Bahrain is the real pearl. At the beginning of the last century, the world discovered that Bahrain has some of the world's purest pearls as well. Pearls are a big... Bahrain's known for their pearls, and you can find, and their pearls are pretty expensive. In Bahrainian pearls, apparently, they cost 60 or 70 Bahrainian dollars. That's 60 Bahraini dollars, and you have to pay 159 for a Bahraini pearl necklace. And that's not even the best kind. But you get some of the best pearls in the world to get. We found here in Bahrain. And of course, the country hands love coffee. Coffee drinking is a very big deal in many social lives here throughout all of Arabia, not just in Bahrain, but throughout Arabia too. So yeah, that is a bit about the Bahrain fun facts. I still got a couple more slides left to go, but I'll do that once we get closer to Manama. Hey, coffee is a big social dude here in my household also. Yeah, it is. But in Arab society, it's been around for a long time, has been a cultural thing. Let's get outside the cockpit. There's Biggles and there's Mr. Zerus. Nice. Yep, we're getting pretty close. Let me go ahead and keep. Continuing to. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for the stream as well. 5 hours of flying is a very long time. But like I said, this is what we're going to get used to for the next couple of more flights, particularly in Nagpur. The Nagpur and Obihir legs are going to be the preview of all this to come, which is going to be over 1,000 miles. So we have some pretty insane flights we're going to be doing for the next couple of weeks. It's going to be pretty insane. Okay, thank you guys so much for coming here today for the support. It's greatly appreciated, always. So yep, and I guess we can now get back to this sort of stuff. I think we have enough for another game or two. Let's go with 21st century. Let's go ahead and do that we are in. So that should be pretty easy. Hopefully this should be easy. The 2010s. Gosh, 2010 was a long time ago. It's been 13 years since 2010. Eruption. We are, it looks like the beautiful land of ice. We are in beautiful Iceland. We're in beautiful Iceland, which is way up. We are in beautiful Iceland as well. Iceland's a beautiful place to fly, and this was the eruption of Eyjafjallajökull. Eyjafjallajökull. Reached 33,000 feet, and it was so bad that your airspace was closed for 6 days in the airspace. It was bad. Which country was the 2010 Winter Olympics held? The 2010 Winter Olympics were held, I think they were held. Oh, Vancouver. Vancouver's where they were. Vancouver, Whittier. And in Canada. I now remember, it was Canada. I remember. Which product was released in 2010? Octo. iPad. Yeah, iPad. Great, I got that wrong. iPad. Oh, Chile was the country with 13 miners. 3, 2, 1. That's Chile. Yeah. Yeah, they're all right. Hey, got them all right. Woohoo! Paper scandal, 1.5 million documents. Where are we at next round? Oh, I recognize it. This is the Panama Papers. We're somewhere in Panama City. Yay! Woohoo! The Panama Papers. Yeah. Nice. Panama Papers were 11.5 million documents. The papers detail financial and attorney-client information for more than 214,000 offshore entities. Oh, Great Britain left the Union. Yeah, Brexit. It took me all but 2 seconds to do that. Pokemon Go! Yeah, Pokemon Go. Oh god, remember Pokemon Go was a thing? Still is a big deal. Pokemon Go? It was revolutionary. You get to catch VR and you catch Pokemon. Manchester did not win. Leicester won the Premier League. Yes, Leicester won it, which is one of the biggest surprises in history. 5,000 to 1. Oh, Leicester won. 5,000 to 1. Sort the most streams spawn one games. No, it was more. Really? Oh my gosh, you got them all. Are you kidding? I got that wrong. Oh, don't listen to all that pop music. So, not that long ago, speak Cakewalk. College Risen Scandal. No, it was not. It was, Harvard. Oh, gosh, Harvard. Sorting time. Which of the Ivy schools were founded? Harvard. Yeah, Harvard's one of them. Princeton. Yeah, got them all right. All right, $5. This time. Which people did they win the World Cup? Netherlands. Oh, Stars Born. You want Austin for that. It's the first dimensional black hole. Final round. Sort the events in the 21st century. Viper's right. Avatar for Americans Younger, 2009. Youngest up, youngest. No, all I got game version is 2011. Oh well. Not bad, but I got some wrong. Okay, let's go ahead and at 100. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and start the descent. I'm just gonna slowly. Yeah, if it wasn't for name tags, I wouldn't be seeing anyone. Crazy how much you do not see people seeing stuff. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's a long way. It is. 120 something nautical miles remaining. We have a long way to go. Okay, not that long. So yeah, so tonight we have quite a few NFL games as well. We got the Chiefs. We actually got the Bengals and Bills tonight for the AFC, and in the NFC we got the that's going to be on tonight. So I think it's going to be a good game in the snow in Buffalo. It's going to be because I'm like over because you're faster. Yeah, I'm going a little bit faster. I'm descending slowly. Oh, I'm going to buy the Cirrus Jet. Ah, good choice. If you like the small jets, yeah, the Cirrus Jet's definitely good. I just haven't gotten it yet. Yeah, we are not too far at all. Yeah, we are about 100 nautical miles away. We're about done with this trip. Pretty awesome. I mean, it's pretty crazy. We're about done with the stream. I mean, it didn't feel too long, but it did. We're going to descend to 1,500 feet. The rest of this is going to be we're going to fly pretty low. We're going to descend pretty slowly. See, that's the great, now by the way, if you guys want to know this program, it's called Flow. Flow is a really helpful little tool. Let's do wiki here. Say firing. Oh, there you go. See, look at that. See how cool that is? That is Bahrain. See, this thing gives you wiki. It also gives you top of descent calculators. ATAR. Okay, Oscar Bravo Bravo India. See, it's got ATAR functions. It's got wiki functions. You can add fuel. Let's see. Change. Those you can change your columns. You can change. It's got tons of blinks. This is the pro version. It is such. Yeah, it is a really, really cool program. And by the way, guys, I'm also a really long-time member of a virtual airline group known as Firefly Air. I'm part of the Two-Tomer community and one of its most notable members. And we do run a virtual airline service there too. If you guys are interested in a free virtual airline service that even Xbox players can get involved, we have the fine folks at Firefly Air. So yeah, we are getting very, very close. 100 nautical miles. So let's go ahead and talk about our first waypoint. We will be going to the waypoint towards the city of Dammam, or Ad Dammam, Saudi Arabia's 5th most populous city after its capital Riyadh, Jeddah, Mecca, and Medina. The capital of the Eastern Province with a population of 1.25 million people as of 2020. The judiciary and administrative bodies of the province are located within the city. The word itself generally refers to the city, but also to its governance. The Dammam is known for its being a major administrative center in the Saudi oil industry, and it comprises its own metropolitan area alongside Dhahran and Koba, with its metropolitan area being around 4.14 million people. And it's growing really fast at around 12% a year, fastest in the Arab world. It was originally settled back in 1923 by the Dawasir tribe with the permission of King Ibn Saud. Originally it was a fishing hamlet, but it developed into its current state half a century after the discovery of oil. Koba is the port city and administrative center. This area is served by the international airport Cape Cod International, the largest airport in the world and land area, nearly 780,000 kilometers northwest of the city. Actually, it's 780,000 square kilometers of size, about 19 miles northwest of the city. It's also home to the largest port in the Persian Gulf, with King Abdul's Aziz seaport. As well, it's grown pretty rapidly. There's also a stadium built, Prince Mohammed bin Fahd Stadium. There's 20,000 people. You can also find camel racing, falconry, basketball, and equestrianism practice in the city too. Does the sandstorm end when they reach the coast? Good question, actually, says Super Typhon. Let me grab the phone. Yes, I actually got the. They landed here at Manama, Bahrain. Let's see. The Bahraini aviation authorities granted landing approval for Bahrain but rejected any local flights. The visibility was still poor as the sandstorm decided to stay, so it would still be a sandstorm. So there would still be a bit of a sandstorm when they reach the coast. So Super Typhoon, it's still a sandstorm, unfortunately. So we would still be going through a sandstorm. So yeah, we would still have a bit of sandstorm when we get to the coast. So we still have sandstorm troubles, unfortunately. And 29% on the main tanks. And we only have 91 nautical miles left to go, so I think just enough to take. Let me go. Yeah, going to 25,000 feet with the diamond is a bad idea. Yeah, I guess being that high is not a good idea with an oxygen. We still got a bit of while to go. I guess I could raise the cloud a little higher. Oh, that works. Yeah, something like that works. Oh, I can't die in the game, yeah. That's true, it's a simulator, not an actual survival game. But man, what a great flight. I mean, what a fantastic flight, guys. And what an absolutely crazy flight as well. 5 hours and 35 minutes of stream time currently. Look at that, 1,500 feet. Yeah, that has been a really awesome stream today, guys. Thank you so much. I just found out that 20,000 feet is the max altitude that unit has enough oxygen. Yeah. I told her everything we're gonna do. I'm gonna have quite a few flights scheduled for achievements and all that. Let's check. Done. I think we have enough. We definitely have enough. So yeah, guys. As well, I want to say massive thank you to everyone here. I think I said that before. 75 nautical miles remaining, guys. Don't have much far to go. I think we have enough for one more geoguessr, the last one for the stream. Where I think you probably know where we want to do. And that is Geotrivia. Let's do this one. Quick. True or false? 5 statements with 5 per year coming up. You have to sort the countries in terms of population size. Albert Einstein was German. True. He was born in Germany. German Jew. Belfast, capital of Ireland. False. Dublin is the capital of Ireland, not Belfast. No, that's North Ireland, but that's part of the United Kingdom. France did indeed invent the metric system. That is true. Naples is located north or on false. Naples is south. Florence is north or wrong, but not Naples. It is true. In Croatia, it's illegal to pick the national flower of the iris. Population size, Germany is Italy is less than Germany. France is greater than Italy, but less than that. Croatia is definitely popular. And Ireland is great. Once we get on the field, -20 degrees. Yeah, negative 20 degrees Celsius. 5 PM at 500 for this time in Asia. Then you have to serve him out by landmass. Indonesia is made up of over 17,000 islands. That's true. Indonesia's a you don't understand how massive Indonesia is, but it's 17,000 islands, the largest archipelago country. Baseball is the most popular spectator sport in Japan. True, very much true. Outside the United States, the most popular sport where baseball is most popular is Japan. India drives on the right side. False. India actually drives on the left side of the road. Whoops. True, India's Mongolia is home to the oldest national park. The national animal of Nepal is cow. True, yeah, the cow is the national animal of Nepal. Which is, by the way, if you never visit Nepal, is very nice. Absorbed by landmass of area. Japan. Mongolia is actually bigger. It's quite a bit bigger, actually. Nepal is smaller than Japan. Indonesia is larger than Japan, but it's always the largest of them all. And then India surpasses them. Yeah, Indonesia is bigger than Mongolia by decent bit, but India is by far. And let's end it with 5 South American countries. Oil is Colombia's main export. No, oil. Really? Colombia's the main export of oil? I thought that was Venezuela. Sao Paulo was the first capital city in Brazil. No, it was Rio. Uruguay's on the now false. It's in the Atlantic Sea coast, not in the Pacific. If you want the Pacific, that would be Chile or Peru. Chile's home to the driest desert. True. Chile's home to the driest desert. False, they did not use them. And then we find the country. Where? Somewhere in South America. I believe right outside of Buenos Aires. I think Buenos Aires too. No, it was way up north. It was Colombia. I got it wrong. Oops. Yeah, today's been a really good day for flying today. Right. Yeah, today's been really good today. I'm very happy with the stream as well. Thank you guys so much for sticking around for over 5 hours, nearly 6 hours of streaming. Pretty crazy to think I can actually be up for this long. Let's get back to the outside the cockpit. Oh, there's Biggles. And yep, Mrs. Harris is way up there. Way. Okay, we're about nearly 30 nautical miles. I guess we could talk about the last. Hey, good to see you, Kingsman, flying in the suit. Yep, yeah, and I'm flying in the middle of a sandstorm. No, it's not Derude sandstorm. All right, guys, let's go ahead and talk about our destination for today. Manama, the capital, largest city in all Bahrain. Population around 200,000 people in 2020. It's been a very important trade center in the Persian Gulf, home to a very diverse population. Although the current twin cities of Manama and Morak have appeared to be found simultaneously in the 1800s, Morak took prominence due to its defensive location. And that became the capital until 1923. Manama became the mercantile capital and was the gateway to the main Bahrain island. Its oil wealth spurred fast growth, and in the 1990s, a concerted diversification allowed Manama to transform into an important financial hub in the Middle East. It was designated as the 2012 capital of Arab League and a Beta Global City by the Globalization World Cities Research Network. First people came over here by the Dylan civilization in 3000 BC and became a regional trade hub for much of the region. And then this commercial lasted for almost 2,000 years until the Assyrians. Then it came to influence of the Babylonian, Archimedes, and even Alexander the Great. It became a big trade thing in the Islamic world as well, and especially with the planning of the Pearl expeditions. But in the modern time, it became part of the British protectorate, and it became a pretty big growth in the modern era. However, the most important industries here in Manama are heavy industries like aluminum smelting, ship repair, banking, and finance are the most important industries I've seen a lot from some growth. And it used to rely on pearling. Historically, the ports here have poor reputation, but in recent years have been improved. In terms of transports, it's served by Bahrain International, which is the main international airport of the city. There's also tons of ring roads and buses. And in the city, in the country, attracts a lot of foreigners, with under a third of the population being from abroad. However, quite a few areas that would be really important are some of the sites and landmarks to sleep. Find and sleep, bud. Sorry. But here's some sites and landmarks that are definitely 100% worthy to check out here while you're visiting Manama. First is the Al Fatah Grand Mosque, one of the world's largest, it used to be one of the world's largest mosques, encompassing 6,500 square meters and has the capacity to accommodate over 7,000 worshippers. The mosque. Then there's the Qala al-Bahrain. It's home to many excavations that have been carried out here, containing archaeological from the Jalud civilization up into the 18th century. Then you have the Tree of Life, which is a 9.7 meter tall tree that's over 400 years old. Due to its age and the fact that it is the only major tree grown in the area, it's a local tourist destination, and 65,000 people visit the tree every year. And finally, the building that has our picture is the Bahrain World Trade Center. It is a 787-foot high skyscraper. It is the first skyscraper to incorporate wind turbines in its designs. So if you look to the picture, you see 3 wind turbines onto your right. Gotta leave it at that. Thanks, and take care of Viper. Good as always. Thank you so much, Biggle, for coming along today's stream. Thank you so much for flying along, Biggles. It's greatly appreciated. I really appreciate you coming by the channel at any time. Thank you so much, my good friend. I hope to see you in the next stream. And finally, we have one final slide for today's stream, and this is Bahrain International Airport, Oscar Bravo Bravo, India. It is the international airport of Bahrain. It serves as the hub for the national carrier Gulf Air, state-owned airline of Bahrain. Established in 1927, it is the Persian Gulf's oldest international airport. Yes, this airport is actually pretty old. It's recently gone through a $1.1 billion expansion that was launched 2 years ago on January 28th. It can handle up to 14 million passengers annually to Bahrain. In 2019, it carried over 9.5 million passengers, but they recently carried even more people. And they fly all sorts of flights throughout the Middle East. They fly to places like Abu Dhabi, Athens, Baghdad, Bangalore, Bangkok, Beirut. They also now fly into Tel Aviv, Medina, obviously Jeddah, London. Gulf Air flies nearly everywhere. A lot of destinations around the world fly from here, but also throughout regional flights too. So it's definitely a pretty cool little airport as well. It's speaking about Gulf Air. I didn't put this in the document, but Gulf Air is the flag carrier that's been around since 1950. It has a fleet of 33 planes, mainly Airbus A320. It's mainly the Airbus fleet of A320s, A320neos, A321s. They're going to get the A321LR. And of course, they also have 7 Boeing 787 Dreamliners. They're going to get 3 more on order. And historically, they operated quite a few planes. They include the BAC-111, the Airbus, the Boeing 737 family, 767 family. They even flew a couple of L-1011 Tri-Stars during their time. Yeah. So yeah, pretty cool stuff to point out here. So yeah, that is going to be the end of today's stream. So guys, while we're here, we're gonna finally do this for today. Predict. Exclamation point predict, and let's go ahead and make some land predictions, guys, because we're about to land all of the stream. Wow, what a delight that has been. I can't believe we've even been in the air for nearly 6 hours. That's pretty insane. they still go through the sandstorm, but it is going to be reduced. They said the altitude is going to be raised a bit because I saw pictures of them landing stuff, but we're going to raise the altitude just a little. They still have a sandstorm, but yeah, they're like that, 2,000. So yeah, so for plans, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you what we're gonna be planning. So for the next 2 streams, we're gonna be planning for next week. I mean, one of which. So yeah, this has been really good. Lightning still. So for runways, let's take a look at the runways. One left. I guess we could land 2-1 left. Yeah, 2-1 left's gonna be the best because it's gonna have the most runway space. Like this one can land in pretty short strips, but I mean, I'd rather be safe than sorry about landing in. Yeah, thankfully this is gonna be the longest flight we're gonna have in quite some time. The next couple of flights won't be too. The next 2 streams aren't gonna be so bad with flights. One's gonna be 320. It's gonna be one of the shorter streams, with 2 very quick flights into Doha and Dubai. But the next one afterwards is we're going to cross the Gulf of Amman into Pakistan. Then it's going to be there from Karachi to Nagpur into mainland India. And then probably, it might even be the longest flight in the series so far, from Nagpur to Chiang Mai, through Bangladesh, Myanmar, and northern Thailand. I mean, that's going to be an absolutely awesome flight. So yeah, thank you guys so much. If you guys like what you see on stream and you want to continue supporting the channel, what better way to do it than smash that follow button? Like, it is awesome. It would be greatly appreciated. The kindness would be always greatly appreciated to support the channel. I think I know what I see in front of me. There's Bahrain, pretty much in front. We're about 10 miles away from the island of Bahrain. And yep, I see the island right in front of us. There's the airport. We are indeed in front of the island. What an absolutely awesome stream, guys. So yeah, I'm gonna have to find someone to rate it actually afterwards. Who would be a really good person for me to pick up? Oh, guys, I guess we can go ahead and disengage autopilot. Autopilot is disengaged, guys. Let's go ahead and get prepared for landing. Actually, they said it took 6.5 hours. We're actually pretty good on time. We're actually getting pretty close at it during this time. Right, we just got the land here. Now it's going to bricks if we're going to land. Then we're going to land on the bigger of the two runways. We got plenty of distance if we watch this land. So yes. It's 6 hours stream. This is one of my longer streams I've done. And trust me, that isn't even going to be the longest stream of the trip. We got more planned. All right, everyone, we did it. We made it down to Bahrain safely. 75 feet per minute. That's perfect. That's about as good a land as you're gonna get. So I think I know a good place we can park. After we get here, we're gonna taxi to the right. Find our parking there. That's good. Turn on. Yeah, what a stream. It's awesome. Can you watch me land? Oh, sure. Just let me find a good place to park. I'll watch you land, Mystic. And no, I am not crashing, and no, I'm not going to attempt to crash the DC-3. You know, for all you guys who are here for the first time, this is not a new plane. This DC-3, when they flew, was 77 years old. Originally was built as Flasher Cleveland back in the 1930s. But what an amazing bird. I love this DC. Okay. Right. and we are going to perfect. And get this thing turned off. Mixture is clean. All right. And we see Mongo in. Hey, Mongo, good to see you. You made it here just in time for the landing. All right, Mr. Zeros, let's see if we can pull this off. Landing the good old DA-62. Let's see if you can get this landing done. Okay, so far my logbook, we said this was 5 hours to do a DC-3 flight from Amman, Jordan to Bahrain. 5 hours. That was a long flight. It's a huge runway, which is actually perfect for him. Let's see, Mr. Zeris. And you got it. You look good, looking good. Not bad, not a bad landing, not bad at all. A little bouncy, but not bad. Hey, better a safe landing you can walk away from. Not bad at all. Nicely done, guys. Wow, what a stream. Not gonna lie, I was not expecting today to be like what it is. Unbelievable job, guys. This has been a absolutely fantastic stream today. 6 hours of stream time. That's pretty awesome. So thank you guys so much for coming on stream and sticking around for the entire 6 hours. So the question is, guys, who do you think we guys should raid today? Should we stream the Shadow Display team or Two Cats? I'm not gonna raid OKNU since I raided him Wednesday, so I'm gonna have to find someone new. I'm gonna probably raid the Shadow Display team. They're a bunch of good lads. I bet you guys are gonna love their streams. They're awesome. So we're going to raid the Shadow Display team, guys. So let's go ahead and raid the Shadows. So guys, for Sunday's stream, I'll be taking a GA plane. Don't know which, but I'll be taking a GA plane across the Adriatic coast. And then on Sunday, we actually going to visit 2 scenic locations in the Middle East. We're visiting Doha and Dubai. So it's going to be a little bit of a shorter flight than this, but you're going to have a lot of fun. So guys, thank you so much for coming along today, and I hope to see you all on Sunday. Bye, everyone.